Sorry, that was probably really loud and it's going to sound ridiculous in the edit afterwards. Hello. 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is your stream host. Name referral still pending. Seriously, I mean, the YouTube account name is just the name I selected randomly. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Good to see anybody who shows up here. Always good to see anybody who shows up here. Hope you guys are doing fantastic today. I'm doing pretty all right myself. So they gave Ayaka a gun. They gave multiple people guns probably, but Ayaka specifically, they gave her a gun. So I can't wait. Genshin Impact, but with the Second Amendment. Lovely. The Americans will love this one. All right, let's get started, shall we? I'm just going to get started from outside the city here. There's also a treasure hunting event going on at the same time. Not that I'm really interested in that right now, because we got bigger things to think about. Yes. Anyway. Good days and good times. Let's get this quest, actually. Let's get this going here. Internet was being screwy yesterday, so let's hope that it holds up. Very good. Always good to hopefully make sure that the internet's doing well, so I'm not, like, lagging my way to death. Lagging my way to death. That is a sentence. That is very much a sentence. Actually, on that note, if you'll excuse me for just a second, I will be right back.
Ooh, I could make a fortune from this.
Investing too much emotion puts you at risk of doing something irrational.
These are the kind of headlines they're going for these days.
Alright, sorry about that. We're back. So let's go find this square. Odd place to put it. It has to be up, like, underneath the lip. Protects it from rain, I guess. Ooh! Hello there, person whose name that I'm not aware of yet, but who I saw a lot of material for. Hey guys, she's the one who carries the lever action rifle around the whole time. Very cool. So, I mean, she's just kind of hanging out there. Is anything... Oh, okay.
Seriously? But, Mr. Morris, I don't understand, sir. How can you only be telling me this now?
I'm afraid that there's nothing really I can do. I'm really facing a crisis. My hands are tied.
They're canceling my movie.
But what about my film?
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to come up with something on your own. Take it from me. Sometimes you just have to let things go. Same goes for this film festival.
Oh.
Hey, isn't it Xavier? So he's back in Fontaine now!
Oh yeah, the film dude who showed up in Inazuma for a couple of the commissions. And also, I think, for a world quest? Unless I am remembering completely wrong. Which is possible.
Oh, why, if it isn't the dear Traveler and Paimon. I really didn't expect to bump into you here at this time.
It's been a while.
Well, I was doing just fine until I received some terrible news just now. The investor I was working with for my upcoming film has fallen upon some hard times and is no longer able to provide the promised amount of funds.
Can't you just find a different investor?
Unfortunately, that's not how it works. We had signed an agreement specific to the Fontinalia Film Festival, stipulating that I cannot work with any other investors until the festival is finished.
The Fontinalia Film Festival? What's that?
The Triple F Festival. It's another festival I'm going to not remember the name of.
Oh, is this your first time participating in Fontaine's Fontinalia Film Festival? Then allow me to fill you in.
That is a 4-letter alliteration.
The Fontinalia Festival was established to commemorate the legendary Loch Knights, who went on a quest to search for the Oceanids, and eventually welcomed the Hydro Arconageria.
Ah, yes. Fruina's predecessor.
The holiday is deeply connected to the founding of Fontaine, as well as its unique laws and trials. It's one of the most important festivals for this nation.
Well, actually, Focalor's predecessor. But, you know.
But what's with that weird expression on your face? It's like you're trying really hard to remember something.
Hey, Paimon, it be like that sometimes. What was that random sound effect for?
I was just trying to recall the exact description from the books, in order to avoid any unnecessary arguments over semantics. I usually try to recite things straight from the source.
This man is goofy as hell.
Well, either way, Paimon thinks she gets it now. It's just like the Windbloom Festival in Mondstadt, and the Lantern Rite in Lille.
Yes, those are festivals of a similar variety. Who doesn't like a good festival? And just like those of other nations, Fontaine will hold a plethora of events around this time each year.
Actually, there should be another Lantern Rite swinging around not too long from now.
To commemorate the Loch Knights, people will imitate them by putting on special costumes, raising golden cups, and going door to door asking for pure water. But a few years ago, Lady Farina started to find the whole idea a little drab, and so decided to change the part about pure water to sweets.
Of course.
That really doesn't surprise Paimon at all.
It shouldn't.
The whole thing seems more akin to a carnival now, and it's quite popular among the kids. Every year you can hear a bunch of them saying, "Trial or treat."
What is this, Fontaine's Halloween?
Oh, that sounds pretty fun. But how does that connect back to the film festival you mentioned?
Ah, yes, it appears I've strayed off topic. I just got too excited after seeing you. Let me get back to the point. The Fontinalia Film Festival is an event proposed by the Fontaine Film Association this year. Now that film technology has matured as a medium, it's the perfect time to introduce more people to the art form. During this time, people may submit films to be evaluated, and the entry with the highest score will be given the Farina Award by the association.
The what award?
The Fruina Award. He just said it, Paimon.
The Farina Award. You know, after the Hydro Archon. They coined it while Lady Farina was still in power, but even though things have changed, no one has made any motion to update the name.
Could call it the Fontania Film Award.
Perhaps everyone still thinks of it as a pretty appropriate name. Even though she isn't the Hydro Archon any longer, Lady Farina is still Fontaine's superstar. Anyone with eyes can see the way she shines on the stage.
You're my superstar.
Alright, guess the name does work pretty well when you put it that way.
Oh, but who would have guessed there'd be an issue with the funding? How will I ever explain this to Miss Chiori? Not to say all the other actors who traveled all the way here from Inazuma.
Chiori? Sounds familiar. Where have we heard that name before?
I haven't heard that name before. Apparently she runs a clothing store in the court of Fontaine.
Yes, that's her. I asked her to oversee the event's art direction, including the design of the actors' costumes and appearances.
Oh, Paimon remembers now. Navia said that her clothes were designed by Chiori, and Kirara's outfit too.
how to describe her? Well, she tends to be pretty direct and can be very forceful when it comes to dealing with people. The fashion world in Fontaine has dubbed her the Thundering Seamstress. Her remarkable designs have led many Fontainians to become very interested in Inazuma. Anyway, Chiori is acquainted with all the actors I've invited from Inazuma. Without her help, I don't think I would have been able to get such an international cast for the film. She really is a kind soul.
Who are the actors from Inazuma? Do we know them?
We probably know them. That's a pretty safe bet.
Why don't the two of you accompany me to the Aquabus station to welcome them? Judging from the time, the Aquabus should be arriving shortly. Chiori will be waiting to meet me there as well.
The crack of muskets breaking the silence. What in the silent film? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ah yes, hello there and welcome back to the film portions of the 1920s. I'm missing the necessary filter, which would make this sound a little bit more authentic, but otherwise it's fine. Many other things to talk to. Oh good, now there's a million different side quests that I'm gonna get distracted. Enough of the side quests, I have somewhere to be. Aquabus, up that way. Alright. Time to use the elevator. You know, that mechanized platform that is for going up and down. Aren't they useful? I think they're useful. I really hope what I just hit is the top floor, because otherwise this is gonna... Oh wait, if I hit the top floor, I might go whipping past my destination. Ah, crap. Oh, it was... No! Oh, crap. Well, it looks like we're taking a detour. No, I'd like to go back down a bit. Because my brain is smooth, and I just went, yep, the first option's the right one. There we go. Who... That is quite a state of dress.
Miss Chiori?
Your talk with the investor sure went fast. The Aquabus hasn't even arrived yet.
I'm assuming this might be a playable character in the future. Maybe.
Oh? And who are they?
Just a couple of travelers who have been wandering all over the world solving the nation's problems. How are you?
Allow me to introduce you. This is the Traveler and Paimon.
Pleased to meet you.
Ooh, Geovision.
Likewise! We've heard the owner of Chioriya Boutique is a skilled seamstress, so it's a real pleasure to finally meet you in person.
The way Navia's wardrobe comes together is really exceptional.
Why, thank you. I strove to create an outfit that matched her high social station as the demoiselle. So tell me, what happened? I can tell the conversation didn't go quite as expected.
Well, it's like this.
We ain't got no money.
Ugh.
I know, Chiori, you don't have to say it. You did remind me that this investor was a little bit sketchy.
Yes, there's no doubt about that.
Especially now that we have no money.
But how could I pass it up? He offered me twice as much as the others.
And therein lies the problem.
Yes, but just put yourself in my shoes. After obtaining such an excellent script, it's only natural that I would want to make the most of the film.
The most of the film that you realistically could make.
The budgets that the others had proposed were nowhere near enough. It's difficult to find someone willing to front such a large amount of mora, so...
Don't be sad, Xavier. We might be able to help scrounge up some more together for you.
If you haven't wasted it all on food, Paimon.
Oh, thank you, Paimon. That means a lot to me. But the cost of the film is staggering. I'm afraid that any mora we can scrounge together in a short amount of time won't even be able to cover the actors' fees.
Good rule of thumb for the film industry. If it's going to be good, it'll probably be very expensive. Or done very smartly.
We need to move on. What's happened has already happened, and there's no changing it. But now's not the time to give up.
The show must go on, as they say.
What? You're saying that you have a plan?
No, that's not what I mean. I'm simply saying I wouldn't give up just yet. The actors I recommended aren't just after Mora after all.
But who are they? Oh, that looks familiar. That also looks familiar.
Really? Then where do you live? We Melusines live in Mercy Village. The only way to enter is from underwater.
Oh, you must be pretty tired after work every day, right? I mean, you have to swim all that way just to go home.
We are so thoughtful. But some Melusines choose to live in the Court of Fontaine because it's so much more convenient.
It definitely would be.
This is our stop.
The Kamisato
You've
siblings
arrived, but I haven't even finished chatting with Aval yet.
and Yomiya.
I also enjoyed Aval's introductions to Fontaine along the way. Everything you described was so clear and detailed that we can't help but want to hear more.
Thank you so much. I'm usually working here on this aqua bus, so I hope I'll have the chance to see you again. There are still many more places I'd like to introduce to you.
Indeed. Hello, colorful cast from the Land of Lightning.
Welcome to the Court of Fontaine.
Chiori, you sure have changed a lot. This is the first time we've seen you since you left Inazuma.
Oh, she's from Inazuma.
I haven't realized it's been so long. I was in such a rush when I left that I didn't even get to say goodbye.
Thank you for extending the invitation, Mr. Xavier. I'm looking forward to a fruitful trip here in Fontaine.
Ah, it's an honor to have the head of the Kamisato clan visit us.
So they're who you meant when you said you had actors coming from Inazuma?
Indeed.
Oh? It's the Traveler and Paimon.
Yep, and we've solved another international crisis. Well, two, actually, I think, since you last saw us. Actually, what was the last event that Ayaka was in? Was it before or after Sumeru? I can't remember.
Wow, what a coincidence! Ayaka and I were just talking about you on the way here. Are you also here for the film?
Yes.
We just ran into Xavier earlier and came over with him.
Definitely not just here for the Primo Gems.
But I'm not an actress. Sir Kamisato and Lady Ayaka are the real actors here. I'm just tagging along with Ayaka to have a good time together.
I thought I would always get the lead role.
About that, I mean, how was I supposed to contact you when I was making preparations for the film? I figured you were probably busy, and I didn't want to disturb you.
That's fair.
So I could only keep you in the back of my mind while I sought other actors to play the lead roles in the film.
I had been thinking about a surprise reunion with you during our trip here, but you still managed to surprise me first.
Indeed, because we got here first.
Oh, so you all know each other already. My, what a coincidence. What are the chances everyone could be brought together here like this?
Seeing as this is what the plot demands, pretty likely.
Why don't we go to Hotel de Boer and catch up over a meal? I've already made a reservation.
Oh, the fancy hotel.
Huh? Did you reserve 2 spots for us too?
Yes, of course, of course. I'll be sure to tell the boss to serve a few more delicious dishes just to make sure there'll be enough food.
Very well. Then please, kindly lead the way, Mr. Xavier.
There's not a single hotel in Fontaine under 4 stars. Not a single one. Never.
Wow, the buildings in Fontaine are so tall. Just look at how big they are. And there's the fountain that Aval mentioned earlier. It really is a magnificent sight.
The land of technology.
And look at that huge spinning sphere. Where does it get its power? Wait a sec. Could it be one of those clockwork mecha we've heard so much about?
Yomiya sounds like a kid in a candy store right now. Isn't that happy? Alright, where is the... Right, soap over this way. We must head for the hotel. Up to the second floor to acquire delicious food and to catch up with friends from abroad.
Take it easy.
It's nice to see them give Fontaine an event so soon after they release it. It's a lovely thing.
So this is what food from Fontaine is like. It sure is different from what we have in Inazuma. How should I describe it? It seems like you have to go through a lot more steps to make them. And the flavor has many layers too.
Hence why they put in the extra steps.
Yes. When I first went to Inazuma, I actually thought the food there tasted a little too bland. It took some time for me to get used to it.
Let's get back to the purpose of this trip for a moment, shall we? How have preparations for the film been coming along, Mr. Xavier?
About that.
Well, I've already assembled most of the film crew. A lighting specialist, a prop manager, and a costume designer. I've also bought the copyrights from the novel's author.
Oh, it's called The Two Musketeers, right? I read the script you sent me on the way here. The story is pretty good.
It's like the Three Musketeers, but we lost one of them in the screening process.
Originally, I was planning to start filming as soon as Sir Kamisato and Lady Ayaka arrived in Fontaine, but I'm afraid I've run into a bit of a problem.
No funding!
Oh? What is it?
It has to do with the film's investor, Mr. Morris. He suddenly informed me this morning that he's encountered some financial trouble and will be unable to release to me the amount of funding agreed upon.
It's said that Fontaine's legal system is well developed. If he has violated the contract, then can't you simply take him to court over the matter?
Seeking out the judgment of the Oratrice Mecha... No.
Well, I'm still more concerned about filming. Even if I were to take him to court, I'm afraid it would take months before the case could even be heard.
Indeed. What with there being so many criminal cases in Fontaine.
Then, is there a way we could raise funds ourselves to solve the problem?
I mean, that Kamisato money is probably quite good.
I've considered that option too, but unfortunately, it's difficult to gather such a large amount of mora on such short notice. Besides, we have to consider the film festival's submission deadline.
Which is probably sooner than you could raise the money.
Mr. Xavier, if Ayaka and I were willing to perform for free, would that resolve the problem you are currently facing?
For the sake of the art.
What? No, out of the question. To have you come all this way just to act for free? Oh, no, that won't do.
There's no need to worry, Mr. Xavier. My brother and I had actually intended to work for free after receiving your invitation. Inazuma has only recently reopened its borders, and needs to strengthen its relations and cultural ties with other nations. We didn't have many collaboration projects with Fontaine in the past, so we hoped this trip would serve as a good start for the future.
Man, strengthening ties and relations, reopening borders, that does not feel like it was recently.
Indeed. You could say that's the real reason why the Yashiro Commission agreed to come to Fontaine.
Well, I mean, recently in terms of in-game timeline, but...
I understand, but having you two act for free just doesn't seem right.
Not at all. While we're officially here to conduct a cultural survey of sorts, we must express our sincerity if we want to establish formal cultural ties with your nation. This film will serve as proof of friendly cooperation and cultural exchange between Inazuma and Fontaine. It's my hope that the film can be finished and released as smoothly as possible.
Be a bit like a film about samurai from the early 20th century. Did they make... I wondered if they made any movies like that. Probably.
If you still don't feel comfortable with this arrangement, I would also be more than happy to be introduced to some other renowned individuals in Fontaine's literary and artistic circles.
What was that reaction?
All right, I'll do as you say. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to cobble together enough mora now, even if it means selling my house, my camera, and every single family heirloom.
And your soul.
Come on now, no need to go that far. I'll also help you out as a brand sponsor.
We can help too. Just say that you got our contribution from some personal friends.
Me too. Even though I didn't bring much more to spend on this trip, it's still better than nothing.
You are too kind, all of you. I really don't know how to...
Make the film.
Ew. Alright, enough about that. Now that we have Xavier's savings, my support, and 2 leads who are willing to act for free, I think we will be able to make this happen.
We will be able to make a movie. And maybe also solve a criminal case along the way.
So, instead of Mora, you'll help with filming and production.
Ooh, please put me on the camera. I have experience with the camera.
Oh, but how can we help with that? We don't know much about making a film.
You don't know much about making a film, Paimon. I went to school.
Alright, pull yourself together, Xavier. Tell us if there are still any open positions left among the crew.
All right. Let me think. We still need a camera operator, a clapper loader, and someone to manage logistics.
I'll operate the camera.
I originally wanted to personally serve as director, but I've been too busy working as the producer. So the positions of director and director's assistant will also need to be filled.
Paimon knows what the director and the logistics support person do, but what's a clapper loader?
The clapper loader is the person with the slate, and the person with the slate claps the slate and dictates what take it is. This is very important, especially if you want to organize the files in question so that you make sure that you get the right take of whatever scene you're looking for in the editing process. If you didn't know that before you clicked on this video, and that you've learned something, feel free to, there's some buttons you ought to press. If you want to. I mean, you're free to just get this information and go, I guess.
The clapper loader is responsible for using the clapper board to record and organize the information of each shot when the camera operator begins shooting. The work requires both patience and careful attention to detail.
I just said that.
A clapper board? Oh, you mean the thing they hold that goes clap whenever they start filming?
Yes, Paimon, the thing that goes clap. It's called a slate.
Yes, that's right. Are you interested in that job?
Paimon's the slate person.
For sure! Paimon's always wanted to try that.
It's not as exciting as you think.
Alright, then you'll be our clapper loader. I can find someone from the store to help with logistics. What do you think, Xavier?
I think I know who's going to end up being the director before we get there.
Oh, fine by me. As for our camera operator, I was thinking of letting the Traveler take the role.
Yay! I've actually operated a camera before, so this is perfect for me.
Oh, he's great when it comes to using a camera. Paimon can't even count how many things we've taken photos of during our journey.
Mostly nice atmospheric sunsets and whatnot. A few of which I use for the intermission, start and end screens for these streams.
Yes, that's also what I was thinking. I noticed the Traveler had an eye for photography and composition when we worked together previously.
I'm sure that's due to the traveler's journey across Teyvat and all the places they've seen. After so many adventures, using a camera must be second nature by now.
What do you say, Traveler? Are you interested in the job?
As long as I'll be able to help.
Thank you. It really means a lot to me. Come on, friend. Let me give you a big warm hug.
I think we'd better get to work.
So all that's left for us to find is a director and an assistant.
Farina?
Oh, me. I want to be the director's assistant. All we need to do is help the director, right? I can handle that.
All right, then all we need is a director. Oh, all the well-known directors in Fontaine are probably also busy working on their own films these days. I'm not sure who will have time to help.
I think I know somebody who's currently sitting at home listening to Juice WRLD and making macaroni.
Oh, Farina helped out a theater troupe recently by serving as an artistic consultant. She could be a good director, right? Besides, it's not like she has anything else to do right now.
And that is why the last stream was her character story.
Farina?
Yes!
Do you really think Lady Farina would be willing to help us with our humble project?
Yes. Yes, she would. She'd probably also be quite good at it.
Isn't that the name of Fontaine's Hydro Archon? My brother has already informed me about what happened here in Fontaine.
Oh, good. So there's no need to catch you up to speed then.
Yep, that's her. She not too long ago, and now she's taking up work as a director.
Well,
Oh, I saw that musical. Her performance was perfect, and the storyboards were also excellent.
Give the credit to the theater troupe on that one. And if you watch this and you're looking for context, you can feel free to go back and watch that stream, which was, I think, the one before this one. Yeah, it was the one before this one.
Don't let her former identity intimidate you. She's the best candidate we can think of right now. You'll never know until you give her a shot.
Indeed.
fine. You're right, Shiori. I'll do anything for the sake of my film. Anything!
I will hire the Archon.
Then I'll have to ask the Traveler and Paimon to show me the way to Lady Farina's residence. I just hope she'll agree to help.
We're going to show up at Farina's residence, and she's going to be like, what do you want now?
Do you need us to also come along?
No, there's no need to trouble you with this. Besides, you've just arrived in Fontaine, and I'm sure there are many places you would like to visit.
Such as the court. The cafe. Well, there's a couple cafes. The Palais de Mermonia. The Opera House. Or, if you're naughty, the Fortress of Meripede.
Just leave this task to me. It's part of my duties as the producer.
Very well. Then we'll be waiting to hear the good news.
I'll go with you. By the way, you might want to consider bringing a gift.
And don't worry, we won't simply drop you off at Farina's place. We know Farina pretty well by now, so having some familiar faces there should help your chances. Besides, the whole thing was our idea in the first place.
All right, then I'll start making preparations. As for the gift...
A gift for someone who was once seen as the Hydro Archon. I wonder what she would like.
Sugar. Anything sweet.
I recall that Lady Farina once fancied a clockwork ring, so perhaps I should get another exquisite clockwork contraption for her.
Once again, Xavier, remember that our film budget is tight.
Huh? Can't we just bring some desserts, like the Fontanalia mousse?
That would work.
But wouldn't that be a little too cheap? She does like desserts, though.
Paimon, she doesn't have the recognition to demand that 12 slices a day cake anymore.
Isn't the Fontanalia festival happening right now? I heard Abel tell us on the Aquabus that Farina introduced the tradition of going door to door and asking for sweets. To do something like that, she must have a real sweet tooth.
Oh, you have no idea.
I agree with Yomiya. If the gift is too fancy, it might actually make her feel more uncomfortable.
That's an accurate assessment.
Alright then, let's go buy some Fontanalia mousse.
What? George Lucas screen
Will
wipe.
that really be enough? We'll be asking her to do a lot of work, you know.
You're right. We need to further sweeten the deal.
Aha, I get it. 'Cause dessert. Sweet tooth. It's funny.
Huh? You want something even sweeter than Fontanalia mousse?
Pure sugar.
Yes, we'll need a gift that's sweeter than any dessert in the world.
But what could that be?
Friendship.
Your words of praise.
That would work too. Alright, come on, Xavier. Let's go figure this out. Oh, actually, hold on. Just a second. Random dialogue.
You go ahead. No need to worry about us.
Oh, I hope Farina will like the gifts we prepared. Oh, and if you still think we should get something else for her, just let me know. I should be able to make some fireworks.
Yes, give Farina fireworks. Actually, what would Farina do with fireworks?
Looking forward to the good news.
Alright, good to hear from you, Ayato. Let's go find Farina's studio apartment. Which at the current point in time is on the other side of the city. Whee! I wonder what the laws in Fontaine are regarding wind gliders and such. Hey, it's right next to the foraging. Right next to the forage. Forgot about that. Oh, never mind. We're not knocking on the door.
We're here. This is where Farina lives.
Okay, I'll go knock on the door.
She's going to appear right behind you.
relaxing before afternoon tea.
We are.
Who are you?
Lady Farina, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Xavier, a film director.
Hello. Oh, is that the traveler in Paimon I see behind you? And who's this?
A seamstress from Inazuma, who currently lives and works in Fontaine. Her name is Chiori.
I'm Chiori.
I just said that.
Ah, the one from Chioria Boutique. Hello, hello. So, what are you all doing here? Do you need something?
You could say that.
Did you just get up, Farina? It's already past noon, you know.
Paimon. Try to be nice, remember? Also, there's nothing wrong with getting up later in the day.
Huh? Oh, Paimon means the weather is so nice in the afternoon and the sun is so warm. Just like how you make us feel. Sleeping in late is a really smart idea.
Paimon, you were kind of obnoxious in the story quest the last time, so please do make up for that this time around.
No. I was just up late last night reading some novels. What does sleeping in have to do with the weather?
If the weather's miserable, there's no point, and you don't have to be anywhere in a given day, there's no point.
This is a small gift we've prepared for you, Lady Farina. We hope you like it.
No need to be so formal. I'm just a regular person like everyone else now. Oh, is this Fontinalia mousse? It's one of my favorites.
Sugoi!
That's great! So, actually, there's something we need your help with.
This is a bribe.
Given your renowned passion and understanding of drama, I would like to ask that you serve as the director of our film crew.
Oh, but didn't you just say that you're a director?
Yes, but for this particular project, I'm mainly working as a producer. Besides, I'm sure that your understanding of the performing arts far surpasses my own, Lady Farina.
Are the Traveler and Paimon also part of the film crew?
Yes, Paimon is responsible for the slate, and I operate the camera.
Yep, we sure are. Paimon's the clapper loader, and he's the camera operator. Camera operator? That can be a pretty technical job, and it directly affects the final quality of the film. Are you really up to it?
I have experience.
No, I'm not questioning your abilities. It's just that I've never really seen you use a camera before.
I've kind of been busy doing other things here, so not surprising.
Maybe you can come up with a test for the Traveler and see for yourself. If he can satisfy you with his camera skills, then you'd have nothing to worry about and can join the team. What do you say? You sure are getting better at rolling with the situation, Paimon. Oh, I do wish to see how skilled the Traveler really is with a camera.
I'm about to get the perfect thirds.
All right, how about this? We'll work with what we have. I'll give you some scenarios and see if your work is up to my standards.
Sure, no problem. Whatever you say, director.
Very good. It's essential for the camera operator to understand the director's vision. I'll make my decision after seeing your work. Are you ready? I have high standards, you know.
I'm sensing a challenge. Oh, good grief.
Okay, grab the camera and I'll give you a scenario.
It's always prepare the recording machine, control the temperature. Let's take a promotional video. Oh, goody. When filming, there will be narration requirements. Select the most suitable narration according to the story. To satisfy all the director's filming requirements, after selecting all of the most suitable choices for all the camera positions and narration, you may begin filming and see the results. Oh boy. Well, one would probably start with a wide shot. Yes. This is riveting. Yes, a selection of Estelle. Very good. I think we've created the perfect thing. Located in the Court of Fontaine, Beaumont Workshop is a weapons workshop that utilizes a forging machine. This machine can precisely control the force applied and the temperature, making it perfect for doing exhausting and time-consuming work. Thanks to this machine, the owner of Beaumont Workshop, Estelle, can comfortably enjoy every day at work. But worry not, for the weapons produced by Beaumont Workshop are of outstanding quality, with exquisite craftsmanship and a keen edge. If weapons are what you want, look no further than Beaumont. That's going to sound ridiculous in previous watching follow-up.
It appears that you have more skill than I thought.
That's what I'm saying.
All the shots had a great composition, and I could really feel a connection to the characters and their lines.
So, what's the verdict? Hopefully it isn't the death penalty this time.
Yeah! Does that mean you agree to be our director, Farina?
Did you think I would agree just like that? After our performance of The Little Oceanid, I've begun to make a name for myself again, you know.
She's back to being an actress.
In fact, I've already had several troops approach me for the Fontanalia Film Festival. Unfortunately, the scripts were all pretty boring and didn't pique my interest. If others were to find out I agreed to work with you so easily, then, well...
Hey, but didn't we have a deal? What else do we need to do to convince you, Farina?
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
Well, what about the pay?
Money! We're straight to the money question. Huh?
You know, how much you're willing to pay me to be the director? The pay is also an important factor for me to consider, you know.
Well, now we know where the limited budget is going.
Well, I can offer you this much?
Oh boy.
What? That's all? If Nervilat were to hear of this, he could charge you with underpaying your labor.
I'm sorry, but our crew is in a tight financial spot at the moment.
I see. Well, even though it's highly unlikely now that I'll join your crew, there's still something I'd like to ask. Exactly what film are you planning to make?
Oh, our script is an adaptation of the TWO Musketeers.
Huh? Wait, you mean the suspense thriller novel that was a #1 bestseller?
That's the one.
Oh, so Farina's read it too.
Of course Farina's read it.
Of course I read it. I've always had a keen interest in artistic works that strike a chord with the populace.
Gotta keep the act up to be amongst the people.
I see. It all makes sense now. You must have used most of the budget to pay for the copyright.
Yes, among other things.
Not really. The novel's author transferred the copyright to me practically for free once he heard that I wanted to make a film adaptation of the story. The lack of budget is due to another issue.
The investor was not very honest.
He probably just wants to get his name out there. So, Mora isn't the most important thing to him right now. It reminds me of a delivery courier who wears one of my designs while traveling all across Teyvat. I didn't charge her much for the outfit either. The exposure she provides for my brand is well worth it.
Kirara, I'm assuming.
So, are you a big fan of this story, Farina?
Certainly seems that way.
Well, it's alright. The pacing of the story is good, but the character relationships could use some work. When I was reading it before, I always felt like some things were left on a rather unsatisfactory note. I have high standards, you know.
Yes, we are aware.
Ahem, Mr. Xavier, if, hypothetically speaking, I agree to be the director, how much freedom would I have in terms of script revisions and creative interpretation?
Oh, as much freedom as you would need. I wouldn't dare doubt the tastes of Fontaine's greatest star.
Good. Then I'm free to alter the script as I see fit.
Farina's about to give the script the personal touch.
Absolutely, no problem.
We're counting on you, director. Now's your chance to make a film that you love. Which seems to be less and less common in the film industry nowadays.
All right. It
Seems that your crew really can't go on without my care and direction.
There's the pompous act that we're used to. Yeah. Has anybody who ends, if you end up seeing this, have anyone, I can't speak. Sorry. Have any of you actually seen a movie that you wanted to go to the theater to recently? Because I haven't.
So, you agree?
Yes, I agree. Although the pay is well below what someone of my caliber deserves. A great script calls for a great director.
All right then, Spielberg.
I mustn't let a perfectly good story be ruined due to lack of funds. If you have fine cheese and bread, you wouldn't just let it sit on the counter and get moldy just because you lack an oven, right?
Thank you, Fruina.
Oh, Hydro Archon above! I'm not dreaming, am I? Somebody pinch me.
That's Hydro Sovereign to you, buddy.
There's no more Hydro Archon, you know. And it's still a little early to celebrate. There's a lot that goes into shooting a film. Although the trickiest tasks of finalizing the script and casting the actors have already been taken care of, we'll still need to reserve filming locations. Not to say set up lighting and props. And by the way, since we'll be filming the 2 Musketeers, we'll need to find an action choreographer. Ideally, a professional who has actual experience with muskets.
This would be the point where we introduce the character with the eye patch. And the lever action rifle. No, it is not a musket.
Yes, I've thought about this as well. I was hoping that you might know someone who could handle the job.
Me? If this was before, I could have simply asked Florand. But it's already been some time since I last talked to her. Navia can also use firearms, but unfortunately, her style is quite different from that of the characters in the story.
Yeah, she carries more of a bazooka than a musket.
Could we ask the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol?
Oh, you mean the Special Patrol's Musketeers?
Yes, that's right. They work with muskets every day. I can't think of anyone more qualified than them.
Cue the British marching music.
They would be under Nervilette's jurisdiction. Unfortunately, I don't have any connection with them at all. So, in the end, we still have to start by talking to Nervilette.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal.
No need to go to all that trouble. I know their Captain Chevreuse.
Ah, Chevreuse.
Oh, you do? Wait, Chiari, how do you know the captain of the Special Patrol's Musketeers?
No particular reason. Running a business means dealing with some trouble from time to time, and she's helped me out on a few occasions. In return, I've helped her handle a few situations in which the Special Patrol couldn't get involved directly. So, we've gotten to know each other over time.
So you're saying there's been times when the Special Patrol needed a fashion designer to handle a situation? Your work is becoming more and more mysterious.
It'd be best to keep it that way. Anyway, enough about that. What do you all think about asking the captain to be our musket action choreographer?
She sounds professional enough. She is a captain after all. I have no objections.
But I imagine the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol must be busy with their duties. Do you think she'd really have time to help with shooting a film? And then there's the issue of pay.
We just saw her earlier staring at one of the stalls.
Well, it just so happens that she's also not the kind of person that's just after Mora. As for whether she has time, I'll have to go and ask her first.
What a coincidence that we're all willing to work for free.
Then I'll leave that to you. Macaroni's on sale today, so I've got to go. You can just tell me how things went when we discuss tomorrow's plan later.
I have to get the macaroni. It's crucial to the sale.
No problem.
Having Farina join feels like a big boost to our team.
Indeed. Well, yeah, it does.
Of course. Just wait until the day of our premiere. You'll witness the true power of my name in these lands. You'll be so glad I agreed to help. I can guarantee that even the standing tickets will be sold out.
One hopes.
I'll be sure to ask some people I know to see if they'd be willing to act as extras. Seems like you're finally getting more comfortable with your own reputation now.
I didn't ask for the Clapper Loader's commentary, Paimon.
I can't wait to see our film's premiere.
Then let's get going. I happen to know where Chevrolet is today.
Me too. I saw her on the way in here.
By the way, I'm curious. If my pay is so low, then what about our 2 lead actors? Didn't they travel here all the way from Inazuma?
Yes, but they're lovely.
Actually, they told us that they see the trip as part of a cultural exchange, so they didn't ask for any pay.
What? So is every person in Teyvat who doesn't want money gathered here to shoot this film? Don't tell me Chiori isn't being paid either.
Can you imagine if Zhongli shows up later?
I already knew Xavier from before, and he's also agreed to give my brand some good exposure.
It seems the gods have really smiled upon you, Xavier. And that certainly doesn't include me, mind you.
Let's head back to that booth where we saw her before. Chevrus? Chevrus? Is that what it is? Chevrus? French. Can never pronounce those names correctly. It can't happen, it won't happen, and it's not possible. Can you imagine if she's been standing at the exact same stall this whole time? Wouldn't that be something? There she is.
All right, this is the place.
But where's the captain? There's hardly anyone around here.
She's over there. The one with an eye patch reading in front of the newsstand.
She's about as subtle. Paimon, she's about as subtle as a JoJo villain. How do you not spot her?
Oh, her! Paimon could tell there was something different about her. She seems kinda intimidating.
Intimidating how?
Please wait here for a moment. I'll go fetch her. She's working now, so you might not want to get in her way.
Well, just a second. Alright, sorry about that. We're back.
Working? But isn't she just standing there and reading a novel?
How do you know that isn't working, Paimon? Maybe it's a stakeout.
Just trust me.
Oh, alright, let's see what happens then.
Indeed.
Shiori sure is a mysterious person. She claims just to be a fashion designer, but she knows all these powerful people.
Hey, man. Sometimes you're well acquainted.
The court of Fontaine isn't particularly tolerant of visitors from overseas, so it isn't easy for a foreigner to promote their brand here. Even more so in the competitive world of fashion. Even a local like me just trying to make a film has to face all kinds of challenges. So I can only imagine what Chiori has been through to get where she is today. I'm sure that having more connections has definitely worked in her favor.
Reading on the job?
Are those headphones around her neck?
Detective novel.
I've been with the Force for 20 years. Nope.
One main character?
No. Multiple. Branching storylines.
I like how they're talking about details of a novel like this is a homicide case.
I see. How's the plot coming along?
One of the main characters is about to make a choice that will affect the rest of his life. I'd wager he's going to make the wrong choice.
Any way to speed things up? There's something I need your help with.
You know that doesn't depend on me. It all comes down to what the character chooses.
Which is exactly why I'm here to help.
Quite.
All right. It appears he made the wrong choice in the end. Halt!
Ah, it was a stakeout. I was right.
Huh? What's going on?
Hand over whatever you're holding.
Oh, it's just a book. I didn't buy anything else.
Then I'm sure you wouldn't mind letting me have a look.
Excuse me, officer. I don't mind you standing around here, not purchasing anything, but I'd prefer if you didn't disturb my customers. It's bad for business, you know?
Don't give me that act. You won't be able to get off so easily either. I am Chevras, captain of Fontaine's Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. I will say this one last time. Hand over whatever you're holding at once. And before you do anything unwise, let me remind you that I'll have you on the ground before you can even think about making a run for it.
All right. I'll give it to you. But please let me say something first. If there's any contraband in that book, then the shopkeeper here is the one who slipped it in. I don't have anything to do with this.
Why, you trying to leave me on the hook, huh? You were the one who said you wanted it.
Oh, look, more criminal activity.
Save it for the interrogation room. Take them away, Letelier.
You are under arrest.
What's going on here? One second you're reading a book and the next you're escorting people away.
And who are... Oh! Aren't you the traveler who's been all over the papers recently? Chiori, I'm assuming what you wanted to ask me about has to do with them, right? Maybe I can let you in on what's happening then. Now that Vache has been brought to justice, no new shipments of synth will be made and distributed to sellers. The Fontaine guards have been busy collecting the remaining synths still circulating on the market. Thanks to a tip from our reliable source here, this should be the very last batch.
Oh, so you were pretending to read a book in order to catch the bad guys.
Indeed.
Oh, Paimon almost forgot to introduce ourselves. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler and Xavier.
Hey, I'm Chevras. You probably already heard me introduce myself, so I won't bother repeating it.
Why didn't you just arrest them immediately?
Yeah, why didn't you make a move as soon as you had the chance? Were you worried that my intel wasn't accurate?
No, I wanted to see if the shopkeeper would turn himself in first. All he had to do was come up to me and say that he didn't know where the synth had come from. If he did that, then I wouldn't have had to press charges on him.
He had the whole day to turn the synth over to Chevras. But instead, the moment I came up and blocked Chevras' line of sight, he took the opportunity to sell it off.
Yep, he made the wrong choice, even though the right choice was right there in front of him.
But you knew they wouldn't make the right choice.
They're criminals. Of course they won't make the right choice.
Yeah, I knew. I was just hoping I'd be wrong for once.
Yes. Usually your intuition about criminals is pretty on point.
Enough about that, though. What did you want to ask me about?
Oh, you see, it's like this.
Also, apparently I was just looking up. Chevras is voiced by Erica Lindbeck.
The Two
Cool.
Musketeers. You certainly have a good eye for a story.
That's cool.
So what do you need me to do? Just be the action choreographer for the actors?
Yep, that's pretty much it.
Yes, that's right. I want to make sure we get all the details right. I want the actor's posture and understanding of firearms to be as realistic as possible.
So that's why we're giving Ayaka a gun.
However, I'm afraid this work will require a bit of your time, since you'll have to be present whenever we're filming. Also, as for the pay...
No need to say any more. I'll join.
Huh? Just like that?
Really? You're willing to help us with our humble film project?
Sure, it's no big deal. As I said, we've wrapped up our investigation here, so I don't have any other tasks on my plate for the moment. Besides, I personally really like this novel. I even have the collector's edition at home. Stories where justice prevails over evil never get old for me.
Fancy that an officer of the law likes detective stories.
Then we've got a deal?
Yes, I'll see you on set tomorrow.
Oh my! I can hardly believe it! I should tell Lady Farina immediately. Oh, and I must tell the prop manager and lighting technician to get everything ready. We start filming tomorrow!
Calm down, Xavier. The film is going to take more than just a day to finish.
He means the shoot, Chiori, which it would be good to get started as soon as possible.
Still, I should also head back now and start preparing the actors' costumes and makeup.
Alright, guess that's it for today then.
Traveler, Paimon, please stay for a moment. I have something to tell you.
Then I'll take Xavier back. Poor thing. He's so excited that he can't even walk straight anymore. I don't want to spend our first day fishing our producer out of the fountain.
I think Xavier would probably be able to hold himself together. See you tomorrow.
Yep, see you tomorrow.
I suspect there's a good reason.
So what did you want to tell us, Chevres?
Have you read The 2 Musketeers?
I haven't read it yet.
The story is about a pair of children born into the household of a baron, and their struggle to survive together and take revenge for their mother. They were raised at the baron's estate, where their mother worked as a maid. The two were illegitimate children that the baron had with the maid, so they were never treated well by anyone. One day, upon returning home, they found their mother had been murdered and left dead on the floor. It was quite evident that the culprits were the other members of the baron's household, who never had any kind words to say to them. However, the baron was able to exert his influence and keep the whole thing under wraps. The mother's death was eventually deemed as a suicide, and there was no chance of bringing her murderers to justice. The two siblings decided to flee and someday avenge their mother. Many years later, members of the baron's family suddenly started turning up dead one after the other, all killed by gunshot. A rainbow rose was found on each of the victims' bodies, being the flower that the kid's mother liked best.
Ah yes, a good old revenge story.
The Baron believed that the mother's soul had come to take vengeance on him, so he lived in fear each day. But it was actually those two siblings who had fled all those years ago. They relied on each other to survive and trained day and night, eventually becoming adept musketeers. They used all of their abilities to collect evidence and clues before executing their plan and exacting revenge on the Baron. Their actions let the truth behind their mother's death be known to all.
That's quite an exhilarating story.
Yep, the Baron got what he deserved for his evil deeds, and justice was able to prevail. It was just the kind of story I enjoy.
Oh, so is that why you were so willing to join our crew, Chevres?
You could say it was one of the reasons.
Oh, you mean there were other reasons too?
I've read the reports about you. Whether it was at the trials or when you lent your hand to resolve our nation's crisis, you've shown that you've got a strong sense of justice, as well as a great mind for deductions.
Wait, so what you're implying is there's a There's a case that you need our help with.
Yes, you're as sharp as I expected. It seems you've experienced many similar situations before.
Story of the traveler's life.
There's been a recent murder case involving Muskets. The perpetrator's methods appear to be very similar to what is described in the novel.
Ah, copycat.
Huh, really? But Paimon didn't see anything about that in today's papers.
The Marechaussee Phantom hasn't yet released any information to the public because the investigation is currently at a standstill. The murderer is extremely cautious.
A murder involving firearms? But not that many people use those in Fontaine, right?
Could it be someone from your platoon?
Impossible. We perform a routine inspection of our firearms and ammo reserves every day. If one of the weapons had been fired, it would stick out like a sore thumb. Besides, I trust the members of my platoon. However... Well, that's all I can disclose about the case today.
You do suspect one of them, though.
Huh? What do you mean?
Classified information, Paimon. Don't ask further questions!
I hope you all can go back and get some shut-eye. You can decide tomorrow whether or not you'd like to join the investigation with me. I'm aware this might not be the ideal time to add more to your plate, but the more capable people we have, the better the chances that justice will prevail.
Can't someone from the Special Patrol help you investigate? Well, probably not, especially if she suspects one of them.
Carrying out investigations isn't actually supposed to be our responsibility. Our job is to apprehend the perpetrators. Finding them is really up to the Marechaussee Phantom. You could say I'm taking part in the investigation out of personal interest. I don't want people to see Muskets in a negative way, and also, I'm concerned about the similarity between the crimes and the story.
You mean they might be connected somehow?
I suspect so. Just to make myself clear, this is not an order, nor is it a deal of any kind. It's a request, nothing more. If you two have any interest in the case after we finish filming tomorrow and are willing to assist me, then I would be most grateful.
What do you think, Traveler?
It's already been quite a day. Let's give it some thought tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right. Paimon's getting a little tired, too. We've really been hustling all day.
You'd better head back and get some rest. It's good to keep a calm mind, especially when you're about to make an important decision.
Indeed.
Otherwise, when the moment comes, you might end up like that shopkeeper and not even realize that the right choice is right there in front of you.
Nice. That is Act 1. And judging by the length of that, this could be a somewhat long stream. Wait until the following morning. Sure. And by wait, I think you mean I'm going to accelerate time. Waiting. Why, when I have the ability to adjust time itself, why would I bother waiting?
It's finally time to meet up with everyone. Paimon even dreamt of making the film last night. If Paimon remembers right, we're meeting at Hotel de Boer. Let's get going!
Indeed. Well, near the hotel, anyway.
Ayaka! Yomiya! You're already here!
Good morning. Xavier said yesterday afternoon went well.
Yeah, and how about you, Ayaka? What were you up to yesterday?
After we split up, Ayato went to see Udex Nervillet at the Palais Mermonia. I was originally thinking of going with him, but he said he could manage it himself. He told me to go see the sights around Fontaine and to enjoy the local culture. So I rode the aqua bus with Yomiya and visited the opera house on Aranias Island.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe what we saw there! 2 mechanical puppets that were dancing together! You've already seen them, right?
The Dirge of Coppelia and the Nemesis of Copialius. I butchered the hell out of that.
Yeah, those two! Amazing, aren't they?
I fought them like 4 times earlier today.
We sat and watched for quite a while.
Hey!
It was mesmerizing. Like we could keep watching them forever.
Indeed.
Oh, it was the same for us the first time we saw them,
2
too!
people as opposed to 1.
Afterwards, we went swimming at the beach! Well, diving, to be exact. It was the first time I ever breathed underwater!
I'd like to know how having a vision gives you the ability to breathe underwater.
I held Ayaka's hand and we counted down together. 3, 2, 1, and then splash! We were beneath the waves.
Under the sea. Really? You mean it? I do.
At first, I didn't dare to open my mouth. But once I couldn't hold my breath any longer, I decided to take a big breath in. Turns out the water wasn't as salty as I imagined. It didn't really taste like anything at all.
I'm confused as to what you're referring to.
Before I knew it, I was breathing like normal down there. It was an amazing feeling. Ayaka said I was too nervous and needed to loosen my grip. She got used to everything way faster than I did.
It's just water, Yomiya. It's fine.
I knew that the Traveler could do it, so I had no doubt we could do it too. That helped me feel at ease as soon as we dove in. The underwater world in Fontaine truly is beautiful. I love seeing the romaritime flowers blossoming underwater, like little candles lighting up the streets at night.
This, seriously though, the first time I got to Fontaine, the underwater section is easily one of the best parts about it. Full stop. Like, no further explanation required. And the fact that I no longer have to worry about drowning in a given area is so nice. It does! It has a great story.
Yeah, and there were so many creatures that we've never seen in Inazuma. Like those fish that shimmer like a sword blade. Whoosh! Oh, and those big fish that call when they see people.
Whales. Except there aren't any whales. I mean, there was a narwhal, but there aren't whales.
Oh, you mean hunter's rays and blubber beasts?
Yes. I definitely knew what those were called.
I just love the name Blubber Beast. Just wait till Pops and the others hear about this. They probably won't believe a word I say.
Yeah.
Yomiya was down there for quite a while. It was dark before we finally rode the aquabus back to the city. I figured she'd want to sleep in today.
The slimes are very powerful. Yeah, they can be anyway. Not Animo slimes, though. Animo slimes get popped like a balloon.
Yeah, even I was worried that I wouldn't be able to get up. I still felt like I was drifting in the waves when I went to sleep last night. But as soon as I woke up today, I remembered that we'd all be shooting a film together, and I was ready to go.
Speaking of the film, where's everybody else?
My brother and Xavier were speaking to the restaurant owner about using the place as a filming location. They should be here soon.
Ah, yes, the first set of the movie.
As for the others, we're here.
Oh, there they are. We have Chiori and Chev. This is gonna be like Wriothesley all over again.
Please excuse my tardiness. I just finished the Special Patrol's 6-mile morning jog.
Toddler that could fly. I've never heard Paimon described that way, but that's quite accurate, actually.
Wait, 6 miles?
Paimon, toddler that could fly. That's accurate. I'm gonna use that. That's fantastic.
I'm so tired. I heard you all chatting, so I decided to come down. I sure could use some of that endless energy everyone else has.
Another thing we like to refer to the flying toddler as is rations, or emergency food, if you will.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Can someone fetch me a cup of coffee? More milk, hold the sugar.
Get Farina a cappuccino, or some other fancy form of coffee, which they definitely have in Fontaine.
Sure. I'd be happy to do that for you. No, you can't go anywhere. Please, have a seat over here so I can get started on your makeup. The last thing I want is coffee stains on my costumes.
I can get the coffee. It's the perfect job for an assistant.
Yes, it is.
So much energy. Seriously, what's her secret?
She's constantly using gunpowder all the time. That's the secret.
Oh, Yomiya's always like that. But you sure look exhausted, Farina. It's because you're not used to waking up so early, huh? Of course not. I spent the whole night reading the novel from cover to cover, marking sections that either need to be omitted or adapted.
As the job of the good director does.
Wow. Paimon didn't expect you to be so thorough. Well, I was the biggest star in all of Fontaine, after all. It takes more than just a pretty face to earn a reputation like that. I know how to get serious when the situation calls for it. I went all out when I was acting as an Archon, so why wouldn't I do the same for my own life?
Here's your coffee, Director Farina.
Proceeds to spill the coffee all over. What? POV shot of the coffee.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you. The sound of being called director and the aroma of coffee. feels almost as refreshing as hearing the birds chirping in the morning.
Ah, it seems everyone has managed to arrive on time.
Yes.
We've reached an agreement with the restaurant owner. We are free to use the second floor to shoot our film.
Really? That's great!
He is really looking forward to our film, and hopes that providing his restaurant as a filming location will attract more customers.
And now for the inside sequences.
Well then, Mr. Xavier, I'll leave the rest to you.
Okay, thanks. First, I'd like to introduce our new members. This is our prop manager, Veronique. She'll be in charge of all the film's props and items. And this is Bonneau, our lighting technician. He'll be in charge of lighting and illumination to set up each scene's atmosphere.
Ah yes, the lighting guy. A critical role in both film and also concert production, just in general.
Wow. Sure feels like we have some real professionals joining the crew now.
That is what they're here for, yes.
First of all, please allow me to first express my sincerest gratitude to everyone in the crew. When my investor informed me yesterday that he wouldn't be able to provide the funds, I really thought that this was the nail in the coffin for this film.
Nail in the coffin for the film?
I had no idea that I'd find so many people willing to help me on such short notice. Thank you. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart.
No need to be so cordial, Mr. Xavier. We're all honored to be a part of this.
Your works made a profound impression on me when I saw them back in Inazuma. I am sure that someday, this film will be remembered as a prime example of cultural exchange between Fontaine and Inazuma.
Yes, the story is the reason I agreed to join. I can't bear to even imagine what this film would look like without the very best director.
It would be a B-movie, or perhaps it wouldn't work out well at the box office. Does Fontaine have a box office? I like to think it does.
Anyway, I would like to make a promise to everyone that as the producer of this film, I'll do whatever I can to ensure that everything goes as smoothly as possible. This is not just my film. It also embodies the thoughts and feelings of every person here, as well as the endless effort we are about to pour into it. So, without further ado, the TWO Musketeers will officially begin filming now!
At this exact second, at this point in time.
You may take it from here, Director Farina.
All right. Listen up, everyone. The first scene takes place when the two young musketeers are living at the Baron's home, still unaware of all that is about to happen to them. We'll need props and lighting to set the scene. Our lead actors can go get their makeup done, and extras, please take this time to go over your positions.
Whoa. Seems Farina's really kicking things into gear as the director.
That is the role of the director.
Is everyone clear? I don't want anyone traipsing around the set like umbrella finches. All right, cameras will start rolling as soon as the set is ready. Let's make a film that'll make some serious waves in Fontaine.
Get it? Waves? Because this is the land of hydro?
Not the kind of waves that drown people. I mean, the good kind of waves.
Oh, well, you had to bring that up. We weren't thinking about it until you said it, Fruina.
Seems like she's still a bit traumatized by that.
Why wouldn't she be?
Anyway, let's go see if there's anything we can do to help.
Yeah, the nation almost drowned and I wasn't able to do anything about it. That's fine. There's no trauma there at all. Fiction and reality inside and outside the frame. Act 2, as it were. Look for the people who need help. Yes.
How about here?
A little more to the left.
You got it.
Hey, Yomiya, do you need a hand?
Isn't her job to be the assistant?
No, I'm fine. You know, doing the lighting is kind of like designing a fireworks show. It's interesting to imagine what kind of atmosphere the lights will create. I heard that the Traveler will be operating the camera and Paimon will be the clapper loader, right? Those roles are just perfect for the two of you.
Yes, give me the important job and give Paimon something that amuses her.
Really? Is that because it'll be easy for Paimon to hold the clapperboard while flying?
I mean, yes, it would be.
Well, sure, there's that, but that's not exactly what I meant. I just think that after all your journeys together, you two must have developed a super close bond and just naturally know how to work with each other. If I'm not mistaken, the director will want the cameras rolling as soon as the clapperboard goes clack.
Actually, we start rolling before that. The clapperboard just gets edited out in post-production. That's so true! No, seriously, that's actually so true. The clap does not occur at the start of the take. The clap occurs at some point during the filming of the take, and that point acts as the start for that take. And they 100% just edit that out in post-production. Because usually there's a clap, and then after the clap's done, they just edit there's usually like a couple of seconds after the clap where they establish, the start of the scene, the shot, and then the framing, and then they move forward from there.
Oh, I see. It's amazing to see the magic behind filmmaking.
Indeed.
Yomiya, we need lights over there, too.
Oh, on it! I've got to get back to work. Chat with you later. Oh, it's exciting to see so many people working together to bring the film to life.
Seems like Yomiya's really getting into it.
Yeah, it's exciting. We're making a movie.
But she was right. We do have a super close bond, don't we?
Of course.
Paimon's really happy to hear that.
Whenever I stream this game, I feel like I'm making a movie. So it's usually as long as these end up being. Except for the Archon quest. Good lord. There are extended versions of films that aren't that long.
Ayaka has mentioned you to me before. She said that you two were great friends when you were kids.
No talking. I'm thinking about how to do your eyeshadow.
Ah, yes. To help me really look the part.
He's going to look like the lead singer in a punk band.
To achieve a more young and naive look for this scene.
Are you saying the wrinkles around my eyes are too deep?
You just have too much of a calculating look in your eyes.
Yes, he does. That's actually a really good way to put it.
You sure don't mince your words. It seems you really haven't changed much.
Quiet.
Silence. I must do your eyeshadow.
So, this is a real musket?
That's a flintlock pistol, but yes.
No, it's just a prop weapon.
Do not make the joke. Do not make the joke.
Not bad. Have you seen a real musket before?
Only in books and newspapers. I made this one based on the relative shape and proportions I saw in reference images.
That is not a musket, that is a flintlock pistol.
When we're filming, some special gunpowder will be applied around the muzzle, which will help create the flash and smoke effects of a real gun being fired.
Which means it'll be up to the actors to portray the recoil.
Or, the getting hit.
That's right. The sound effects for gunshots will also be added in post-production.
Another thing that happens in movie and filmmaking.
Thank you, Veronique. I think I know where to start now. However, the musket's gears and firing pin could still use some work. Adding some wear on the metallic components will make them appear more realistic. Also, be sure to rub the muskets with some oil each time before we start shooting. That'll give the impression that the firearms have been well maintained.
Good point.
You seem to know a lot, Miss Chevres. I assume you use these types of firearms on a regular basis?
I mean, the promotional art has her carrying around a lever-action rifle, so yes.
Yes, I perform routine maintenance on my weapons every day. Just like we as people need to eat and sleep, muskets need to be cleaned and maintained.
I also perform similar care for my sword every day, and familiarize myself with its shape and weight, to the point where it feels like a natural extension of my body.
Yes. This way, our weapons will never betray us in the heat of battle.
Yes, well said. It seems we have the same philosophy on this topic.
Oh, sounds like they found a common interest to talk about.
Weapons.
Though these props differ from the muskets I use, I can still give you some pointers.
Good. I look forward to your instruction.
First and foremost, never point the weapon at anyone, regardless of whether it's a real or prop weapon or whether you're holding it or it's on the table. This holds for any time when you're not actively engaging an enemy.
Don't make the joke, don't make the joke.
Okay, understood.
When aiming the musket, extend your arm so that it's level with your shoulder, and use your eye to look down the weapon's sights.
Iron sights, usually. Or a scope, it really depends. I don't think they have scopes, though. It would probably be iron sights.
Like this?
Why is she holding it sideways?
Not bad. Now, try saying your lines.
We're gonna hold the flintlock style. We're gonna hold the flintlock gangster style. Gang warfare in 1850.
This is the end of the road for you.
Why is it sideways? You don't
Good.
have to hold
Now
it
turn your body
sideways.
a little. That way, you'll give your enemy less of a target to work with. And relax your shoulders. Here, allow me to demonstrate.
It's kind of in-depth, actually. That's really cool. I wasn't expecting to be slightly in-depth with this sort of thing.
This is the end of the road for you.
Why is it sideways?
Huh.
All of the guns are being held sideways.
Excuse me, Miss Chiori.
I didn't realize that gang
Director
warfare was a
Farina,
thing in Fontaine.
There's something I wish to discuss with you.
Oh? What is it?
Like this?
Yes, much better.
What do you think?
I do see your point. But are you sure you wish to do this?
I believe it would be most fitting.
Well, if you insist. All right, I understand.
Miss Ayaka, Miss Chevres, could the two of you please come
Chevres.
over here?
Huh? What's going on? Are we gonna start filming now?
Let's go see.
Nah, mate, Ayato has a suggestion.
What is it?
We like the suggestion.
I have a question for you, Miss Chevres. Would you be willing to play the role of a musketeer?
What?
Huh?
To clarify, I would like to turn over my role to Miss Chevres.
But brother...
Don't worry, Ayaka. I actually view this as a good thing. I was becoming troubled trying to set aside some time to speak to the staff at the Palais Mermonia. I would like to have some conversations about the cultural exchange between our two countries, and I've heard that the bureaucratic process here can get rather complicated.
That's one way to put it.
Now, I will be able to focus on my work. Besides, you also know that I'm not really one for public performances.
Are you really sure?
Give the musketeer role to the actual musketeer. That would be perfect.
From a director's point of view, I also felt like the relationship between the two musketeers in the original story could be improved. The older brother in the story plays the lead role with his overbearing character, but this causes his character to overshadow that of his sister, and the theme of the two supporting and relying on each other isn't conveyed very well. But if we were to change the siblings to two sisters of a similar age, then that aspect of the story might come through more clearly. Also, I've seen you instructing Ayaka. That cold and dignified personality is exactly what we need for the older musketeer.
So make the older musketeer heartless, then.
Of course, even with all these insights, the decision should still be made by Miss Chevres.
Chevres mentioned that she really likes the story, right? Paimon bets that she'll take the role.
But she will still have to prioritize her work, and we still don't know if she's a big fan of acting.
All right, I'll take the role.
Never mind.
Good. It's decided then. I'll get started on making edits to the script. We'll also need to make some immediate adjustments to the lighting, props, and costumes. I have a feeling that our adaptation will be even better than the original story.
That remains to be seen.
You're doing a great favor for me, Miss Chevres. You have my gratitude.
Don't mention it. I like this character, so if anything, I should be the one thanking you.
Well, since my brother is the one who brought up the idea, I suppose there's no need to worry. Let's go, Miss Chevres. I look forward to working with you.
Please, just call me Chevres.
Seems like you're really going out of your way to solve the problem I was having with your makeup.
Surely you jest, Chiori. I assure you that I was mostly motivated by a desire to spend more time on formal business.
He was feeling a little motivated.
Oh, come on. You really think I'd buy that? According to what I've heard from Ayaka,
Her brother is someone who can juggle 10 different matters at the same time. I'm sure you have other reasons for backing out.
He probably does.
Perhaps. Ayaka always said she wanted to go out and see more of the world, just like the Traveler. But I feel that she needs not only to see other nations, but also to make some different kinds of friends. I think it would be harder for her to make new connections with me constantly by her side. I would like to give her some space.
Alright, go on. Spoil her some more.
Hey, Shiori, they deserve it, alright? Things were not good in the Kamisato household for a long time.
Ayato, it's too bad you're stepping down from the role. Paimon really wanted to see you act as a musketeer.
Mind the deluge. This is justice.
No need to poke fun at me. I'd wager that you also felt that I wasn't the best candidate for the role.
It's a little hard for Paimon to imagine you saying those lines.
So are you going to go back to work now?
Yes. I've made an appointment to meet some people from the Palais Mermonia. Now, I will have some more time to prepare.
Traveler, get the camera ready. Paimon, get the clapperboard. Actors, to your positions. We're about to start shooting the first scene.
And it'll be the best scene. No, well, I don't know. Is the first scene the best scene? I don't know. What movies do you think have the best first scene?
Go on now. And please take good care of Ayaka.
Will do.
Yep, don't worry.
You can count on us. Good luck with your work.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing the film when it's finished.
All right. Now that we're all here, let me help set the scene for everyone. The first scene takes place when our two main characters are still living at the Baron's estate. They've been ostracized and verbally abused by others in the household, but they still have no idea why. We want to capture how naive and innocent they are, despite their pain.
That sounds familiar.
Chevris will be playing the role of the older sister, Tulip, and Ayaka will be the younger sister, Iris. Be sure to get close-ups of the main characters at the right moment.
That camera is massive.
Silence on the set! Lights, camera, action!
Let's go!
You're not supposed to talk, Paimon. Before we go on just a second here, another fun fact for you about filmmaking. Another thing that's very important is not only the visual confirmation of the correct information on the slate for organizing your takes, but it's also very important that the person holding the clapboard verbally says like the information that is on the take, so that not only can you match the visual, you can also match the audio to confirm in fact that yes, this is the take you're looking for. More fun fact stuff about filmmaking if you didn't know this already.
Tulip, Mother's been out for quite a while now.
Perhaps she went to pick some flowers on the way home. You know how she loves flowers.
Iris, Tulip, I'm home.
Zoom out for a wide shot.
Mother! You were out for so long, we were beginning to worry about you.
I'm sorry, but I'm back now, safe and sound. Here, I brought your favorite treat, apple turnovers.
Mother, what are those bruises on your hand?
Huh? What bruises? Oh, I must have bumped into something while I was working yesterday.
But I didn't notice them this morning.
Then perhaps they're from when I accidentally tripped when I was out just now. By the way, did you have fun playing at home? What's the matter, Iris?
Well, we've realized that no one really wants to play with us.
They even took Iris's doll and spat at us.
And they even called us names. They said we were...
Shh! It's all right, don't worry. Girls, listen to me. It doesn't matter what anyone says. Don't listen to them. No one can define you with such words. You both have wonderful lives ahead of you, just like your names. you will both blossom like beautiful flowers.
Very interesting that they let you choose the shot composition for this. I wonder if it actually matters.
Maybe your time to blossom hasn't quite come yet, but one day, you two will bloom more beautifully than anything else. Don't let the soil you're in now ruin your future beauty. Understand? My dear daughters.
And cut! Not bad. The actor's emotions were all on point. Let's keep that take. Also, if our clapper loader could avoid shouting at the start of the scene next time.
What did I say earlier? Dude, you can't yell when you're doing the slate, because if you yell when you're doing the slate, they have to edit that out in post, so they could either lose that take or it would be a massive pain for the editing. Welcome to the stream, by the way. It's quite an introduction. Just hello, I'm yelling about slates now.
Got it.
Great. I was a little worried that my nerves would get the better of me. What about you, Chevros?
I felt fine. The lines weren't too difficult at all. Seems like Farina must have adapted the role nicely.
Indeed.
You two were great. I couldn't tell it was your first time acting in a film. You should have more confidence.
Thank you for your encouragement.
Encouragement is great.
Positions, everyone! We'll move on to the next scene after we try a few more camera angles.
Basically, the camera angles I didn't try. Wonder if we'll be playing through that. Probably not. They'll probably just move on to the next scene. Yes, the second scene.
This scene is when our two characters return home, only to discover their mother has been murdered. Ready? Lights! Camera! Action!
Don't yell at the start of the slate, Paimon. Good, like
Mother,
a professional.
We're back! Mother? What's wrong, Tulip?
Iris, stay away!
Huh? Why? What's...
She is dead.
Mother, she's...
Did not go the violent route, although I suppose we are playing something rated T, so...
There's poison in this cup.
Poison.
I could have sworn I've seen this kind of cup before.
It's the murderous cup used to murder people.
Those aristocrats. They didn't even try to cover up their actions. Iris, we need to leave this place.
Leave? But now that Mother is gone, where can we even go?
Anywhere. All I know is that we can't stay in this house.
But are we just going to let them get away with this?
Oh, hell no, we're not letting them get away with this.
We'll have our revenge, I promise you. Just not right now.
Give it time. I'm not choosing shots anymore for this one.
Come on, let's go.
No, wait.
How's it going, by the way? Seeing as I know that you're here.
We can't just leave Mother here like this. At least let me leave this rose with her. That's why we went out in the first place. To buy her this flower.
All right. Goodbye, Mother. We'll avenge you. Someday.
They will return, chat.
And cut! Beautiful! Great performance!
That's high praise coming from Farina.
Oh my, you're so amazing, Ayaka! And were those real tears I saw? How did you do it?
I was surprised too.
Thank you for the kind compliments. Actually, as soon as Director Farina said action, I told myself not to think about anything. I just felt the weight of the moment and became the character.
It would seem that Ayaka is a natural.
It's quite similar to practicing the art of the sword. You clear your mind and focus only on what's happening in front of you.
That's an interesting way to put it.
Ayaka's performance was amazing.
have I discovered an acting prodigy?
Perhaps. I mean, Ayaka's also good at a lot of things.
Pipe down, everyone! We need to move on to the next scene!
Oh, goody. Oh, goody. The connection is buffering. Hopefully it isn't still buffering. Oh, good. It's still buffering. I'm about to not have fun. Oh, never mind. We're back. Sorry about that, chat. Hopefully it wasn't buffering too badly. Was it buffering? It kind of looked like it was buffering for a second there. Thus concludes the shoot.
Huh? Are we done already? But, how do you feel, Traveler? Is your arm sore from holding the camera all day?
A little bit, but it was a lot of fun.
Good work, you two.
Ah yes, and back to the other plot.
You too, Shivers. You were quite the actress today.
I've read this novel many times before. I have a good grasp of my character's mindset. Anyway, do you remember my request from yesterday?
Yes, we were going to help you investigate a case.
Oh, right! We were having so much fun that Paimon nearly forgot!
A murder case.
You have a case where the murders seem really similar to the cases in the novel, right? So, how are they similar exactly?
In the story, the main characters grow up to become 2 musketeers, always using their guns to carry out their revenge. And on each of the victims, they place a rainbow rose as a signal that they've returned.
So you mean there were rainbow roses in your case too?
Yes, that's correct. We found rainbow roses just like in the novel. Seems like you're connecting the dots now.
2 people going around committing murders with roses and pistols like a couple of Western desperados.
Oh, that does sound pretty concerning.
It should.
Especially after seeing the script today. Oh, now Paimon can't stop wondering what kind of ulterior motive the murderer might have.
Probably to satisfy their own, fantasies or whatever. Or they could just be doing it for fun. Who knows?
What do you think, Traveler? You're smart. Paimon wants to hear your thoughts.
I'm smart. I know everything. If we're only there to assist, then I think we can join the case.
Good. On behalf of Fontaine's Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, thank you for your dedication to justice.
We'll fit the case into the storyline, chat. It'll happen.
There's no time to lose. We should start investigating right away. Follow me.
Huh? Right now? Well, we just got done filming all day. Paimon's so tired.
Paimon, we have a case to solve.
The most valuable intel always comes after nightfall. They are like small, remote islands in the middle of the sea. If you don't stay vigilant, you will pass right by them in the fog.
We must search for the single rock that floats just offshore.
That's how one of my favorite books always puts it, at least.
So, where are we going
Or an iceberg.
Let's start by checking out some workshops that sell mechanical components. If the culprit is making their own weapons, it's very likely that they'll visit those sort of places.
Well, it would have the necessary resources. Let us cross the city.
Take it easy.
Lovely music, good atmosphere, and a massive cityscape, which actually feels odd yet proper for Fontaine. What with Liyue being a sort of, I mean, it's not like this is the first larger cityscape that you visit in Genshin, but it feels the biggest and the most grandiose so far. Or that could just be me.
Welcome to Le Show's Clockwork Workshop. How can I help you?
Hello. I'd like to know if anyone has purchased some special components lately.
Special components? Sorry, could you be more specific?
I mean the kind of components that aren't typically used for clockwork toys, but for firearms.
Huh? For firearms? No, we don't sell those sort of things here.
Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause any trouble. We are merely investigating a case, and we're hoping that you could cooperate.
Well, to be completely honest, I'm not even sure what kind of components that would entail.
Has anyone ever purchased components here as an individual rather than on behalf of an organization?
We have a lot of customers who buy toys, but those who buy components are all regular customers who buy in bulk on behalf of their organization.
Is that so? I understand. Thank you for your cooperation.
You're welcome. It's the least I can do.
Nice to know that they didn't buy any nefarious pieces of mechanized gear or resources from the local clockwork shop. Or something. Ah, yes, Beaumont. We were just doing a film about that earlier. And actually, a place with the forage actually would be a good place to look.
Oh, hey, Chevris. Run out of oil for your musket again?
Hello, Estelle. I want to know if anyone has come to your shop recently to order some firearm components.
Oh, is this another case? I don't think so. Some people have requested that I make some prop guns for the Fontanalia Film Festival, but I refused all of those requests.
Oh? Why's that?
Because there's no profit! I only make things here that can do some real heavy lifting. I don't have the energy to make some new molds just for the festival.
Then has anybody come specifically looking for mechanical components?
Well, I usually sell off my scrap to the Fleuve Cendre. I don't typically give them to one specific person.
I understand. Thanks for your cooperation.
Don't mention it. Always happy to have the Musketeers' patronage.
Seems like we haven't found any leads to go off yet.
Not at the current moment, anyway.
Yeah, unfortunately. All right, let's head to Fleuve Cendre next.
Huh? Are you sure? People might not be so thrilled to see the captain of the special patrol there.
You think so, huh? Then I guess you don't know.
Huh? Know what?
That I grew up in Fleuve Cendre.
What? Also, Fleuve Cendre. Oh, you mean the underground? I was wondering why someone would be annoyed to hear about that. Ah, yes. If Fontaine is based off of Paris, then these are the catacombs. Which, the real catacombs are terrifying. So I'm glad they went with a sort of underground miniature society route with this one. The real catacombs are very spooky. Investigate. Emerald. That's a name.
Hello. I'd like to ask some questions.
I don't know anything.
Don't worry. I'm not here to arrest anybody.
You say that now.
It's the truth. Here. Take this as my guarantee.
Wait, did Paimon just see what she thinks she saw? Is the captain of the special patrol bribing a citizen?
Shh. Keep your lips sealed and no one will ever know. Besides, it's called buying info. It's not a bribe.
Seems you're different from the other guards. What do you want to know?
Have you heard anything related to muskets in Fleuve Cendre lately? Anything at all?
Muskets, huh? All I know is that about 2 weeks ago, we started hearing some loud noises at night. So loud that it's been waking me up.
Were they gunshots?
Possibly. It's hard to tell around here.
It would be very reverbery and echoey down here.
Someone's house collapsing, a pipe exploding somewhere, it's all the same. But the noises I'm talking about definitely happened after I fell asleep.
Do you know where the noises were coming from?
I don't remember clearly.
Is it that you don't remember, or that you need to think about it some more?
You tell me.
Then please, think about it some more.
She's giving her even more Mora!
I didn't see anything. Maybe she's just giving out some pâté de fruit.
The noises came from the end of the southern waterway. I came out and had a look for myself when I wasn't sleeping well, but I didn't dare get too close. That's all I know.
All right, I'll take your word for it.
Thanks for the pâté de fruit.
Paimon, this is how you get stuff done around here.
No need to be surprised. I grew up here, remember? I know how to get people around here to talk.
What talk? I want some pâté de fruit too.
My apologies, I'm all out of sweets. Though I do have some other tempting snacks in my custody. Fries, fried chicken, and even onion rings.
Paimon looks ecstatic.
But taking care of junk food is my responsibility. You're better off sticking to your normal, nutritious diet.
The nerve!
Now then, let's keep going.
Slow, mysterious jazz. Ah, the Spina di Rosula.
It's been a while, Tetro.
Please, just get on with your request.
I want to know if you've heard anybody talking about muskets lately.
Information isn't free, you know.
I've heard that bandits have been extremely active in the countryside recently, and they've been affecting the delivery of goods to Poisson. I can allocate some more manpower to help out with that problem. What do you say?
You're still as helpful as ever. One of our men got drunk at dinner about a month ago and lost his gun. 3 days later, it turned up in the corner here.
What's weird about that? He just forgot where he put it, right?
This is Fleuve Cendre, my friend. Anything of value left in the tavern won't ever make it to the next day.
It will get stolen.
But that gun turned out to be an exception. It didn't get any new wear and tear on it, and didn't even appear to have been fired. We were quite mystified as to what could have happened.
I suspect it came back because the weapon was already known to the guards.
You mean, a criminal was afraid the Marechaussee Phantom would use the shot marks to track them down? Maybe. But if that's the case, the culprit really took great care to avoid getting caught.
Indeed.
I didn't say anything about a criminal.
Oh, interesting. You just gave yourself away there, Mr. Bartender.
In Fleuve Cendre, knowing who was killed is as easy as knowing what clothes you're wearing today. It's the guy living in the east side, isn't it? I've never liked him. Every time he's here, he just orders a drink and sits there with a nasty look in his eyes.
So, who was the one who lost the gun in the first place?
Don't bother. Even if you ask, he wouldn't admit to owning a gun to some strangers. Not to mention the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance
Hold on 1 second.
Patrol.
I'll be right back. Sorry about that. We're back.
He's right.
I know you grew up here, Chevres. Even though you're on good terms with the Spina, you've still been gone too long. Not many people know you here now, and a lot of people don't like the Special Patrol.
I know.
So take my advice and don't show your face too much around here. It's for your own safety.
I'll come and go as I please. And I'm afraid I'll be appearing more often due to my work.
All right. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Like the woman with the gun, like the trained rifleman has anything to be worried about.
It's way more fun than I thought.
I always end up going the wrong way. Round the loop, and up we go. Seems to just be me anyway. What a lovely time.
What's all this? Some broken planks and barrels, as well as some liquor bottles?
Planks and booze?
Yes, but have a closer look, Paimon.
Hmm?
Even though somebody has purposefully tried to clean them up, these are obviously marks from musket bullets.
Musket ball holes. Somebody went through target practice here.
In other words, someone was here trying to improve their shot. They were using the barrels and bottles for target practice.
Could it have been the killer?
Possibly.
Your guess is as good as mine. Although many people at Fleuve Cendra own guns, few hide the fact from others. And even fewer would go to such lengths to hide markings from practice shots.
So it's very unlikely that anybody would, at this point in time at least, be in a position, at least in Fleuve Cendra, to want to hide their weapon. Don't hide the weapon.
Anyway, let's go. There might be...
Oh. I accidentally skipped the dialogue. I'm sorry.
Seems like that's all we'll be able to uncover for today.
Well, apparently.
Paimon feels like we managed to learn a lot more here than up on the surface.
Yes. Assuming that everything we found is indeed connected to our suspect, then their timeline was probably something like this. A month ago, our suspect found a gun and took it home to disassemble it. Once he'd figured out its mechanics, he brought it back. In the following weeks, he used some parts to create his own makeshift musket, and took it to the Fleuve Cendra for target practice. Then, a few days ago, he found his target and carried out the murder. Once the deed was done, he left a rainbow rose on the body, just like the scene in the novel.
That all makes sense to Paimon, but we're still no closer to figuring out the killer's identity.
About the guy who died.
The deceased was a resident of Fleuve Cendra. It's said that he was a poor, solitary man.
But if we're following the novel, shouldn't the guy have been a nobleman?
Yeah, that's also something I'm trying to figure out. If we are indeed following the novel, and there's a story behind the murder, then this murder should be an act of vengeance. But according to our investigation, the deceased didn't have any enemies. He was no saint, but no one's heard of a rival who hated him enough to shoot him dead, much less care to leave a rose on his body. What message is the killer trying to convey, and to whom exactly?
Could they be the novelist?
We've thoroughly investigated that possibility. He claims to have spent the whole day at the Opera House on the day of the murder, and the staff there have confirmed his account.
So he has a rock-solid alibi then.
Okay, so he has an alibi.
Not only that, he lacks a credible motive as well. He has a family of his own, and both of his parents are still alive. I've looked into his records. He was adopted at the age of 6, and all the proper procedures were followed. There are also records of him at an orphanage before then. In the story, the mother of the 2 Musketeers was murdered after the children turned 10. Of course, he could have changed the children's ages, but I don't want to assume anything without evidence. More importantly, I've also had a chat with him in person. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would pull the trigger to kill a man.
Then, what should we do now? We have all this new information, but it doesn't help us move forward.
Investigations take time. I didn't expect us to catch the culprit in just a single day. How about this? Let's spend the next few days filming with the crew. We can continue the investigation once we're done with the film. I'm sure that given time, new leads will present themselves.
Wait, but weren't you saying Intel is like small, remote islands in the middle of the sea just a moment ago? Wouldn't you just miss them if you were to stop looking?
Ah, but the book had more than one reference to the islands, Paimon.
Oh? What else did it say then?
As long as you spend enough time sailing through the fog, you'll eventually come across an island.
That was quick. Well, feels quick anyway. It's probably more like, hey, it was an additional hour. A long isle glimpsed through fog. Another thing I've just thought about when it comes to these events, I'm wondering, would people watching the video be more inclined to just see me play through the story, or should I have myself doing the minigames as well? Because I did that for Thelxie's Fantastic Adventure, which was a little while ago now. But I'm wondering if that would also fly here.
It's filming time again! Our schedule is jam-packed for the next couple of days, too. We've got so many different locations and sets to cover. Anyway, let's head out and meet up with the others.
Alright, let us go meet the others. How about a gathering spot, which is... I'm just going to teleport there. It'll be faster. Pretty sure watching me do the Genshin equivalent of the ladder climb from Metal Gear Solid 3 is not going to be super popular. Maybe it is. I don't know. I wouldn't know, and yeah. How am I supposed to figure it out? We're filming! Another filmmaking fun fact really quickly. There's very much... the lone isle glimpsed through the fog. There's very much a hierarchy when it comes to the actors and whatnot. And there is priority given to... There's a lot of spreadsheets, actually, that go into filmmaking. Like, a lot.
Good work, everyone! We're looking to wrap with our two main ladies today. I can already smell our success.
Fun fact, the two main actors are referred to, I believe, as the principal actors. And are the most important actors on the set.
What do you mean, looking to wrap?
It means completing the filming of all their scenes, and it also means finalizing everything we've recorded for them so far. Yeah.
Oh, aren't you the expert now?
Yes, Paimon.
This upcoming scene is the two Musketeers' final confrontation with the Baron. There will be quite a bit of action, but no choreography beyond what we've already rehearsed. Anyway, get ready. Lights, camera, action!
Do not yell during the slate, Paimon. Good. Paimon is a professional now.
The view is beautiful tonight. It reminds me of that fateful night 10 years ago. And now that I've said it, I can even make out the faint fragrance of herbal tea in the air.
Enough, villain! It's time that you pay for the death of our mother!
My dear Iris, have you forgotten your manners? How can you speak like this to your own father?
I'd sooner swallow all of my teeth than call you father.
What did I expect? Seems the daughters have turned out to be just as obstinate as their foolish mother.
And they're about to whoop yo ass.
In this world, Mora and status is everything. She thought she could blackmail me using her children and force me to grant her recognition and concessions? Ah, how naive can a woman be?
Mother never asked a single thing of you. All she wished was for us to live a peaceful life, just like the others.
It was you who personally brewed the poison of prejudice and sent Mother to her death.
The poison of prejudice.
Compared to that deadly poison, the 2 bullets that will soon pierce through your heart will be like sweet mercy.
Hey, they're not sideways. They're holding them properly, like a gun.
And that's exactly why I said you're just as naive as her. Did you really think 2 muskets would be enough to defeat me?
Flintlock pistols.
So let's see. What is stronger? Mora and power, or the 2 muskets in your hands?
This is the fancy equivalent of saying, what are you gonna do, shoot me?
Get them!
Ooh, trial characters.
Too many of them!
It'll be okay. We'll cover each other, Iris.
Oh
And
wait,
Mother
we
will
get
be
to
watching
play as her
over us,
before she
too.
gets released? Ooh, polearm. Interesting. It's like a character demo before the character demo. This is sick!
Justice will prevail.
Damn, and she's powerful too. Holy crap!
You've lost.
I ought to get Chevrolet when she comes out.
To think I'd lose to my own 2 kids.
Irony is a bitter thing, isn't it?
We are no children of yours, and we'll never call that place our home.
Then tell me, what did you do all this for? You lost your mother, and will soon kill your father as well. What will you gain in the end, other than sentences for your crimes?
We will gain our long-awaited justice. It's over.
Finally, it's over.
And we win! The siblings have won.
So, where will you go now, Tulip?
I'm not too sure, Iris. Maybe somewhere with lots of flowers? After all, Mother always did love going where the blossoms were. What about you?
I want to go visit Mother's grave.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Huh? Tulip, look!
What is it?
It's Mother's favorite. The rainbow rose. Look, it's blooming again.
Indeed it is.
Excellent! That was beyond mesmerizing. Even I didn't expect the scene to go so well. And we got it in a single take. All right, everyone. We've got a wrap for Tulip and Iris. Congratulations, Ayaka and Chevrolet!
Amazing performance. You've already wrapped your roles.
Thank you. I didn't expect our parts to wrap so quickly. I wish I could savor the experience for just a bit longer.
Paimon totally understands. Paimon's not ready to say goodbye to the clapperboard either. Filming has really been a lot of fun.
Unfortunately, Paimon, you'll be keeping the clapperboard for a while.
You were great too, Chevrolet. The way you said, long-awaited justice. It gave Paimon chills.
That is indeed my favorite line in the whole book. I still remember trying to act it out in my room the first few times I read it.
Whoa, Paimon would have never guessed you're that type.
Who doesn't like stories where the guilty are punished and justice prevails over evil? Don't forget, I'm the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
Captain, I have something urgent to report.
Oh?
Please excuse me, everyone. I'll be back in just a moment.
It's okay, don't worry about us.
You finished on the acting portion now, so you can get back to work on this mysterious case.
Oh? Was she whisked away by work already? I was just about to tell her how great she did.
It seemed like some urgent official business.
Then perhaps we should thank the stars that we were able to wrap both of your parts so quickly today. Switching around the filming schedule would have been a real pain. Anyway, I actually came over to let everyone know that we're all done for today. You can go home and get some rest.
Farina probably really wants that rest right about now.
And one last thing, Miss Ayaka. Your acting skills today were immaculate as always. Are you sure you won't consider taking up full-time acting? See, I just happen to know this great troupe that's still looking for a lead actress.
Yeah, she's kind of from Inazuma, so that'll be complicated.
Thank you for your kind words, Director Farina. Unfortunately, there are still many matters that I have to take care of back home at the Yashiro Commission. I cannot remain in Fontaine to pursue an acting career. Nevertheless, I will make sure to treasure this incredible opportunity in my heart.
Oh, that's a shame. but I understand. Just let me know if you ever change your mind.
A lot of people with blue hair in this story quest so far. It just excuse me.
I believe it's also about time for me to take my leave. But hopefully I'll see you on set over the next few days. Even though my part's wrapped, I'd still like to swing by and help out the crew. See you tomorrow, Traveler and Paimon.
Yep, see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Well, what should we do next? Maybe we'll go investigate the case some more with Chevres today.
Traveler, Paimon, please come with me.
Oh, looks like we're... Speaking of which, looks like we're about to go and do just that.
Huh? Where are we going?
To finish investigating the case.
You could say that our ship has finally chanced upon one of those small, remote islands of intel.
And we're about to crack the case wide open. Oh, we're in front of the Opera House. We're headed over to a train track? Oh yeah, there's also the Lost Riches thing going on right now. That's not what I'm interested in, though.
Paimon's exhausted. Paimon definitely didn't expect having to float this far after a full day of filming.
How is flying difficult for you?
So, Chevres, why did you take us here?
Did you find a new clue?
Affirmative. It wasn't anything conclusive, but it should show us a clear way forward. Have you ever heard of someone by the name of Emily?
No.
Oh, you mean that famous perfumer?
She's a good friend of mine. She's lent me her aid several times in the past to resolve some difficult cases. After I discovered the rainbow rose at the scene of the murder, I sent it to her. After all, she's probably the foremost expert on flowers and scents in all of Fontaine.
And then?
There was nothing remarkable about the flower or the trace amounts of soil left on it. But according to Emily, the rainbow rose left by the killer was derived from a very rare cultivar.
Huh. Paimon didn't know that there were different varieties of rainbow rose. Paimon just thought they grew everywhere in the wild.
Flowers that are deliberately cultivated will always show some different features from those that bloom in the wild.
They'll probably be a lot more immaculate.
We already knew that the rose left at the scene belonged to a special cultivar, but with Emily's expertise, we were able to pinpoint the place where it was first picked from.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. So whoever first planted that rainbow rose was probably the killer.
Precisely. And after we checked what we learned against some sales records from the past, we discovered that there's only one person in all of Fontaine who could grow and sell this specific cultivar.
Really? And who is it?
It's the novelist.
Dun, dun, dun!
But didn't you say he had an alibi?
To be clear, I haven't changed my mind about him. I still don't think he was the one who pulled the trigger.
But maybe he was involved somehow.
However, that doesn't mean the true culprit never visited him at his home or never purchased a rainbow rose from his garden. Whatever the case, we will have to confirm a number of things with him.
So you mean the next place we need to go is...
Yes, we're going to pay him a visit at his home.
And the plot thickens. Wait, his home's right over here? Is this the same house from the Thelxie story? If so, I feel like we're just using similar locations. Although, actually, this is in a different spot, so...
That should be his house.
The far one.
There are so many Gardamex stationed around the place. That's pretty unusual, right?
According to what he told me last time we spoke, he hired them so he won't be harassed or disturbed.
Huh. So there are a lot of flowers in his garden, but Paimon doesn't think we'll be able to pick one without alerting the Gardamex.
Right. Which
Hello
is
and
exactly
welcome.
why I think there has to be a special connection between him and the killer.
Nice to see someone else pop in here. Welcome. We're just getting to the interesting bit.
So, should we knock?
Just wait here for now. I'd like to take care of a number of those Gardamex first.
Oh, we're taking out the Gardamex.
But they're so far away. How are you planning to do that?
She has a rifle, Paimon. She's just gonna shoot them.
Don't forget, Paimon. I'm actually the real-life captain of the Musketeers.
That is a weird design portion for a gun. flintlock striking piece on the top and what looks to be lever action on the bottom. POV, you're looking to take out a US president. There's a scope on this thing? I thought there were iron sights. I'm assuming I just have to hit it once. Do I have to hit headshots? Oh, this is going to be annoying. Okay, now I'm really confused. Lever action, right? Flintlock piece on the top, but it sounds like I'm pulling a bolt action. I am thoroughly confused. I have you in my sights. Sniping's a good job, mate. Challenging work, door to doors, guarantee you won't go hungry. We got him.
All clear. Let's go.
Wait! Paimon's a little nervous now that we know he could be the killer. Can we go over our plan of action again?
Paimon, we have fought giant monsters and gods, and we're worried about a single man who is a murderer.
I'll go knock on the door and make sure it's safe inside. Once we're sure that we're in the clear, I'll ask him to come with us for a quick round of questioning at the guard's headquarters.
There is no telling how many people some of the Harbingers we fought in the past have killed.
But can't we just arrest him?
Not without proof.
We still have no evidence that he's the killer, or
Exactly.
that he lent the killer any direct aid. Still, it would be appreciated if you could pick a rainbow rose from his garden for me while I'm talking to him. It'll help the Marashose Phantom confirm Emily's theory.
Then let's pick us a rose.
Sure, no problem. Just be careful, Chevros.
Yeah, being careful should be the easy bit. Gliding. It's the sort of thing you could put spy music over. Alright, let's go to the door.
Excuse me, Mr. Baptiste, are you home?
Is Monsieur Baptiste in the building?
Who could it be at this hour?
Oh, it's you, Officer Chevros.
I was kind of expecting him to be dead for some reason. I don't know why.
Would you mind accompanying me to the guard's headquarters, Mr. Baptiste? We would like to ask you some questions about a case.
Oh, is it still regarding the murder case from before?
Indeed.
I cannot confirm or deny that at this time.
I say the word indeed quite a lot.
So it is then.
Listen, I need you to come with me, Mr. Baptiste.
Miss Chevros, I'll save you the trouble. Oh, and you two over there? There's no need for you to pick my flowers either. It's not time for them to bloom yet.
So they would not be ready for us even if we did pick them.
Oh! Okay.
Not really much more to say there.
By saving me the trouble, you mean...
I will confess. I was the killer.
It's a rather quick confession.
Huh?
He just admitted he's guilty!
Yes, but why?
Please relax, everyone. I'm not armed. The musket you're looking for has been buried in my backyard.
Then it's my responsibility to inform you, Mr. Baptiste, that everything you say right now will be used as evidence for the inevitable trial.
And the rendered judgment of the oratory. That's going to be in my head now every single time I think about the court proceeding.
I am perfectly aware of that.
I must say, I hate this feeling.
Oh? Is it because I confessed? Or because you've been proven wrong?
Both, I suppose.
That guy in Fleuve Cendre, why did you kill him?
For the same reason as the one I wrote out in my novel, of course. I did it to exact revenge.
Revenge. But why?
I know you haven't figured out the link between the two of us. Had you done so, I'd have been taken away to the headquarters a long time ago.
Now, I've seen a good bit of crime media, and this feels like less of the confessions of the actual murderer, and more like he's covering for someone.
But that won't stop me from always remembering his grotesque face. After all, He was the one who killed my mother.
Ah.
Your mother is still healthy and well.
You know, I was adopted as a child. I was referring to my birth mother.
That was never recorded in the orphanage's records.
Please forgive a 6-year-old child for concocting some lies to protect himself after watching his mother die right in front of him.
So, your novel, it was like a record of your life?
No, of course not. It was a work of fiction with many embellished parts. But I am indeed the illegitimate son of a wealthy and influential man who abused his power to murder my mother. That part was 100% real.
Is everybody in Fontaine a criminal? Because I don't think I've done a single world quest involving some other person in Fontaine without them being involved in some sort of horrendous crime.
But the man you killed didn't have a Mora to his name.
He was a hired assassin. An irredeemable beast who sank his fangs into a defenseless woman just for a few bags of Mora.
But if that's really the truth, you wouldn't be telling us any of this now. You still haven't managed to take revenge against your father, the true mastermind behind it all.
I never thought I'd hear that kind of thing from the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
She did grow up in Flivsandra.
I'm simply skeptical about your motives.
I'm with Chevreuse on this one.
It's simple, really. I've grown tired of everything and don't want to shoulder this burden anymore. You may have considered me too soft to pull the trigger. Well, as it turns out, you are exactly right. I've become overwhelmed by the aftermath of the murder.
So you're going to call a stop to your revenge, just like that?
The true mastermind is too rich and too powerful for me. I've accepted that I will never be able to avenge my mother alone.
And so what? The characters in your book never gave up.
Now, Officer Chevreuse, I'm the one who has killed a man, aren't I? Are you trying to convince me to commit another crime?
What's your father's name? How do you plan to prove the veracity of all of your claims?
Well, I'd like to speak with you privately.
Fat chance.
Sure. Why don't we speak privately at the guard's headquarters?
No, it has to be here. I must ensure that we won't be overheard.
Fine. Let's talk here.
When I said won't be overheard, I meant by anyone.
Yeah, there wasn't really much understanding there, dude. I understand what won't be overheard means.
I would like to speak with you and you alone.
We can go somewhere else for now.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
I mean, she is carrying both a polearm and a gun, so there shouldn't really be much of a problem.
Please stay safe, Chevreuse.
All right. Let's hear it.
Will you really believe what I'm about to say?
Well, that depends on what you're going to tell me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Then listen closely.
I shall tell you everything. All of my secrets.
So that's how it's all connected.
So, it seems you believe me after all.
Do you want me to go public with this?
No, of course not. At least, not right now.
Then why did you bother telling me?
You've read my work. What do you think? Even if you were to go public with all of this right now, he'd simply deny everything. It's been too long. Almost 20 years. Anything that could be used as evidence has long faded away. Even if there might have been a solitary island of truth once upon a time, it has long sunk beneath the waves by now. Justice will never find him.
You don't have much optimism, do you, Baptiste?
Not if you don't try.
We got Vacher. I don't see any reason why we can't figure this out.
As the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, you will always stand on the side of justice. But do you really think a cushy life in prison really constitutes justice for him? I bet he could lead an extremely comfortable life in the Fortress of Meripede.
Anybody could lead a comfortable life in the Fortress of Meripede.
What are you trying to say?
I've been observing you from a distance. Your portrayal of the Musketeer was exquisite. Pull the trigger of justice against him. Let the villain get what he deserves.
You want me to let you go so you may complete your revenge?
No, Officer Shavras. I know that would be impossible.
I want you to do it.
No. What I'd like is for you to perform the deed on my behalf.
Yep. Sure, ask an officer of the law to commit murder for you.
Sure is taking her time. What could they be talking about anyway? Oh, Paimon's worried. What if he decided to attack her?
I have full confidence in Chevrus's fighting skills. If anything, he's the one I'd be worried about. That's what I'm saying. Polearm and a gun.
Oh, you do have a point. Still, do you have any idea who the rich person might be? And why the novelist doesn't want us to hear what he's saying to Chevrus?
Sorry to keep you waiting, you two.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Hey, how did your talk go?
Did you figure out who the rich person he mentioned was?
I've already sent someone to escort Baptiste back to the headquarters for questioning. He wasn't lying about the musket. It was indeed buried in his backyard.
Now, was it a musket or a flintlock pistol?
But what about the name? Did he tell you the name of the rich guy?
Yes, he did. But for now, I have to return to the Special Patrol. There are still a few loose ends I need to tie up.
Loose ends? What's going on? It feels like she's keeping something from us. Well, yeah, duh.
I'll probably be quite busy over the next few days, so apologies if you don't see me on set.
All right, Paimon understands if you can't tell us everything you know. We'll just keep an eye on the Steambird then.
Charlotte will be the first one to document it.
Actually, there's still something else I need your help with.
Oh? There's 4 acts to this? Usually there's only 3 acts for this sort of thing. There's 4. Interesting. Where the roses bloom. Yeah, I'm not going to wait. We're just going to go forward. Oh, man, we have to go all the way around. There we go. Everybody. Everything unravels, finally, as we finish off. Welcome, by the way. See if we got another person in here. Welcome.
We haven't seen Chevrus since that night at Baptiste's place. Well, guess there's no point in worrying about it now. Let's go join up with the others.
Yes, let's. Gathering spot. We went through all the... Is there gonna... I don't know what's going to happen. Filming, cutscene, finishing to the case. I don't know. Probably a bit of both. Been a fun story quest so far. Been a lot of fun.
Good morning! Ayaka and I were just talking about you.
Is Chevrus still not joining us today?
Yeah, she's a bit busy with something.
Probably not. We haven't seen her either.
Huh? That's such a pity. Director Farina said that we've only got a few small scenes left before wrapping up the entire thing.
Ah, yes, the non-principal actors finishing up the shoot.
She even said that she'll get me into a couple scenes, so everyone will have a chance to shine in front of the camera.
Being a background character actually is a whole thing in and of itself. It's not easy to find good people willing to act as background. I had an experience actually. I went to it wasn't filmmaking school specifically, but I did go to a course that went over the processes of filmmaking, and we actually got to try out acting as background for a scene. And it is not easy. It's a lot harder than you'd think.
We were also planning on having a victory feast once we're all finished filming. You can join us, right?
Well, Paimon could definitely join you for that. Of course.
If only Chevrus was here. I still haven't taken a photo with her.
I'm afraid that can't be helped. Those special patrol folks are like phantoms when they've got a case on their hands.
I remember also going back and forth with a couple of friends about how Chioriya was just Kujo Sora with a skin. Although I initially did mention, I was like, I think that's a new character. Glad to see I was on point with that one.
But to be honest, I'm even more concerned by what I read in the Steambird earlier this morning. It said that the killer in the murder case was none other than the author of the 2 Musketeers.
Dun dun dun.
Oh yeah, I heard about that too. He came forward and confessed his crimes, but gave no explanation as to why he pulled the trigger.
Probably because he didn't pull the trigger. I still think that someone else was involved.
We didn't know about this case at all when we joined the film. Is it going to affect the reception of our work?
Maybe.
From a pure publicity standpoint, this will draw a lot more attention to our film. I have to say, though, that no director can be perfectly comfortable with garnering attention through means other than artistic skill.
I mean, there are plenty of films in real life that have a reputation for something that happened on set.
To be fair, I feel like that ship sailed the moment you allowed yourself to be named as the director on our posters.
Yeah, it probably did.
It's not my fault that I'm super popular. What was that saying again? My popularity has,
Sunk to an all-time low?
spread to the four corners of Tibet.
Sunk to an all-time low. Good grief. Act 4. Alright. Haven't had 4 acts in an event story before. Everything's longer in Fontaine. Including the Archon quest. 5 hours. Anyway. We're back on set again.
Excuse me, everyone.
The film producer is here.
Xavier! Feels like it's been ages since we last saw you.
I've been talking non-stop with the Film Association, and I'm absolutely swamped trying to coordinate the film's marketing. So forgive me for not being around more often, but please believe me when I say that I will make sure everyone's hard work gets the exposure it deserves.
Oh, seems like you've been fighting your own battles.
And we're back down to 1 again.
Yes, that's one way to put it. Oh, and before we begin the final round of filming, please allow me to finally introduce you to the original investor of our film, Mr. Morris.
Oh, so he came back around. Would have been nice if you fully committed the first time.
A pleasure to meet you all.
Yes, glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Morris. We've heard about the issues you've encountered with your financial situation, and genuinely hope that things have taken a turn for the better.
Oh, well, the situation has indeed improved somewhat.
Don't worry, Mr. Morris. Accidents and last-minute challenges happen all the time. There's no need to blame yourself over it. The good news is that we're almost done filming now. And I would even say that this is the best story I've ever seen.
Is that so? I see, that's great news.
All right, now that we've gotten all the pleasantries out of the way, let's get this show on the road. We'll mostly be filming typical people and scenery from the streets today to improve the sense of environmental ambiance in some parts of the film. Oh, and there'll be a cameo for Mr. Kamisato and Miss Yomiya as well. They'll be used to show outsider perspectives on the fates of the 2 Musketeers.
That's right. Ayato should be here any minute.
Excellent! Then let's start with the scenery shots. Camera and clapper loader, you're up.
That would be us.
Yep, we'll be ready.
Indeed.
Remember, all we need are some wide zoom shots of the streets. If you happen to find some particularly lovely patches of flowers and grass, feel free to grab some close-ups of those as well. Ready? Lights! Camera! Action! Okay, now move the camera slowly.
Don't push the knob too hard, that causes the zoom function to go in further.
Try to focus on that flower.
Take a close-up. I don't know why I'm reading that.
What's wrong? Just adjust the focal length a bit. Something the matter?
The camera seems to be broken. It's not responding like usual.
Huh? But wasn't it working fine for all the days before?
This also happens on a film set.
Veronique, can we try a different camera?
No problem. How about this one?
All right, let's give it another try. Lights, camera, action!
Part 2. Ah, well, that seems to be going well.
Don't tell me. This one is broken too? Veronique, do we have any other spare ones we can use?
I'm afraid we only brought these 2 today.
What? Then go find a
the workshop to get them repaired right away. Oh, and you too, Bono. Go find our spare camera in the warehouse and bring it back to the set.
On it.
Greetings, everyone. My apologies for the delay. Is something the matter, Ayaka?
It seems like there are some issues with the filming equipment today. We're stuck for the moment.
I see.
Well, let's not just stand here twiddling our thumbs. Actors, to the makeup booth. We'll start on the next scene as soon as we get a working camera.
The people at the workshop told me that the part which holds the lens in place seemed to have fallen off. That's super strange. It was perfectly fine just yesterday.
Indeed.
Well, no time to dwell on that now. Let's get back to filming. Ahem! Quiet on set! Places, everyone!
Take 3.
Lights,
Wait, are those...
camera! Action!
There's miniature Paimons for the stamps on the slate.
By the way, have you heard about that recent murder case?
Yes, I have. It seems that they've caused quite the commotion in the city.
I heard that the chief of the guards is so mad about not catching the culprit that he's about to explode.
Oh? I find that quite hard to imagine, considering how he already looks most days.
Director, we have a problem.
Well, that's the end of that take.
Oh, we're in the middle of a take! Couldn't you wait until we wrapped up this scene?
No, Director, our film, all the finalized film that we've been keeping in the case has disappeared.
Oh, wait, well, what did you say?
Huh?
Mr. Bono, please take me to where the film was kept right away.
Somebody stole the bloody film?
I'm coming too.
Oh, hell no.
No, Yomiya, you have to stay here. Oh. Okay, listen up. Everyone who's not working on this current scene can go with Bono to look for the film. Everyone else, stay put and wrap up the scene. Unbelievable. How could all these problems happen in just one day?
That is... I mean, films do have disastrous shoots sometimes. But this is suspiciously disastrous.
We're back.
How did it go? Did you find the film?
We found it in the sewers.
Rat bastards.
Huh? In the sewers? Is the film still okay?
Water is not good for film.
We discovered it just in time, so we should still be able to salvage it. The others are checking now to see if we lost any specific scenes.
You scared me for a moment there. I nearly thought we had lost everything. I really don't want to experience that feeling of despair again.
Okay, but who could have stolen the film and dumped it there?
Could it be some competitors working on other films?
But if they wanted to harass us, why wait until the last day?
Okay, we don't have time to really look into it right now. Let's strike while the iron is still hot and wrap this thing up once and for all.
Yeah, let's finish it.
Yay, we finished the film scenes off screen. There's still the matter of the missing
I would
film.
like to officially announce that our entry to the festival, the TWO Musketeers, has now concluded filming!
Lovely.
Paimon is spent. It's so late already.
Even though the filming process proved to be extremely challenging, everyone provided valuable and unique contributions to the final product. Thank you all for your dedication and support.
And just like Director Farina, I would also like to extend my most heartfelt thanks to all of you. Really, you've all helped me so much.
All right, let's save the awards speech for later, and hopefully also get some rehearsals in before the real thing. Anyway, now it's time to party! Let's all make our way to the beach and have a celebration feast so loud and fun that even the blubber beast will want in.
Party! Or something of that nature.
Paimon wants to party!
Indeed. Rainbow roses growing nearby the film set. A sign.
Whoa, this place is hopping. Everyone's finally getting to relax after wrapping up the film. Let's go chat with someone.
Everyone.
Have you ever seen a fireworks show, Mr. Morris? It's pretty amazing.
I'm afraid I haven't, but I'll take your word for it.
Oh, this is turning out to be quite the party.
Shiori in the corner by herself.
I was thinking, if this film turns out to be a success, could I ask the two of you to stay and be a part of my crew? Of course, I'll definitely increase the pay for next time.
I'd be more than happy to, Mr. Xavier.
Thank you for the offer, Mr. Xavier. But I've made some plans to go on a journey to the other nations once the festival is over.
Is that so? Well, then in that case, bon voyage, Miss Veronique. Please feel free to get in touch once you've returned to Fontaine.
Oh, my darling clapper loader and camera operator. You've both worked really hard.
Paimon thinks you worked even harder than us. Honestly, Paimon was getting a little tired of playing with the clapperboard by the end of it.
Yeah, the clapperboard isn't all it's cracked up to be.
Worst of all, Paimon started having dreams of you shouting, "Lights, camera, action!" into Paimon's ears. The actual dream can't even start until you've yelled that.
Hey, if anything, shouldn't I be more grand and delightful in your dreams? We've been through so much together, and that's how your brain remembers me?
Unfortunately, Paimon's brain only remembers Farina before we found out about her. That's unfortunate. Hello, welcome. How's it going?
That's not Paimon's fault. We've just used the clapperboard too much lately.
One can use too much clapperboard.
Anyway, what's most important is that we've wrapped the film. I'm pretty confident that we'll take first prize.
You mean the Farina Award. And hopefully not because of the director's personal bias.
Hey, no need to mention the official name.
But I'm gonna.
Wait, now that you mention it, if we did win the prize, would Farina just get a statue of herself?
I accept this award on behalf of me, myself, and I. It's just the meme of Farina putting a medal around her own neck.
Come on, I don't need that kind of attention. Xavier can accept the reward on our behalf.
But just imagine! Farina accepting the Farina Award and holding a Farina statue.
Right, like the meme.
I'm going back to my dessert now. You all can keep discussing that on your own.
I'm going back to my food now. The two of you can go find someone else to talk to. Alright. Maybe to the only two people we haven't talked to yet.
Going?
Everything went rather smoothly. Thank you for your concern.
Ayato told me that we've already confirmed the dates for some Inazuma Fontaine cultural exchange events.
Ooh.
So the next time we visit, we'll be doing so in our capacities as the representatives of the Yashiro Commission.
Oh, that's great! Then maybe Paimon will be able to find Fontaine detective novels in Inazuma from now on. Oh, wait. Wouldn't Yaimiko get upset if that happens? That would be stealing some of her business.
As long as the novels are sufficiently interesting, I don't think she'll mind.
You've got a point. She's always complaining that light novels have become bland and too predictable after all.
That, and if they're appearing and being sold around the publishing house, she'd probably find a way to make that a part of her business.
The cultural exchange won't only feature literatures of both nations, of course. We have also made plans for cross-cultural engagements in the fields of gourmet cuisine, toy making, and artisan craftsmanship.
I do apologize if I'm not talking a whole lot, by the way, because I'm trying to, listen in on the dialogue.
Whoa! Paimon's getting super excited now!
When the time comes, be sure to visit and participate in all the events.
I did talk to everyone? Oh, good grief, I talked to them in the wrong order and I have to go back and do it. Nah!
Chiori!
It's fine. There's nothing to worry about.
Hey, you two.
Are you not really into these kinds of big social occasions?
Not particularly. But this is still better than Fontaine Fashion Week.
There's a fashion week?
But if this film becomes a big hit, people will definitely come flocking to your shop.
That's true. More business.
Yes, that's highly likely. As long as the film can premiere as planned.
Yes, what with the act of sabotage just now.
Are you still worried about the case?
That and all the obstacles we had to face today.
They did seem a little coincidental. Or rather, non-coincidental.
You're right. It's as if all our bad luck just manifested at once.
But why today of all days?
Because something nefarious is going on.
No, it's nothing. We've already delivered the film to the editors, so there should be nothing more to worry about.
There's another thing that's quite complicated, and that's the editing of tape. I don't know much about, like, actually tape editing, but as opposed to digital, where, of course, you just take video files and slap them together, when you're editing tape, you have to physically take the tape and cut it and glue it together. Which I imagine must be a nightmare.
How are you doing, Mr. Morris? You having a good time?
Well, you could say that. Do you happen to know when the party is scheduled to end?
I gotta get up to some nefarious business after the fact.
Judging by how much fun everyone's having, I'd say probably not until well after midnight.
The party will never stop.
Is there something that you still have to take care of at home, Mr. Morris?
Oh, well, I'm just not a late night person, so I might take off shortly.
Me and my mustache.
Oh no! Silly me. I almost forgot something super important.
What did Yomiya forget?
Oh, what is it?
I prepared a whole batch of fireworks for the party, but I forgot to bring them over from the warehouse.
Fireworks, you say? Well, that's truly a pity. Sorry things didn't go as planned.
Could you help me carry them over, Mr. Morris? I won't be able to fetch all of them by myself.
We gotta go and find them.
Me? Are you sure that you can't find anyone else?
I just wanted to make this a surprise for everyone. The warehouse isn't far from here. We'll be there in no time. Pretty please, Mr. Morris. These are some of the best fireworks I've ever made. So I also want you to see them before you leave. They're stunning. I promise that they'll be a once-in-a-lifetime experience that you'll never forget.
Yomiya's fireworks are exquisite.
But...
It's okay. Just come with me. If we're sneaky enough, nobody else will see us leaving.
That could be a problem.
All right.
Or not.
The warehouse is right over here. I moved the fireworks there in advance, so it shouldn't be too much work bringing them back.
That's a lot of help for Yomiya.
It's still a ways away from the party.
Sorry about that, Mr. Morris. It's probably because I'm used to carrying fireworks all the time, so it doesn't feel like a lot of work to me.
That's fine. Nothing to think about for it. Let us go and get the fireworks.
It's dark in here.
A cutscene?
Wait here, Mr. Morris. I think the light switch should be somewhere over here.
A cutscene?
Why did I have to get roped into this? What was that?
They shot Yomiya!
Who's there? Get me out! Get me out of here!
Did you really think you'd get away, Morris?
You ain't going nowhere!
You've got the wrong guy! It wasn't me! I'm not the killer!
You know, Eliza died a far more heroic death than this. She fought your assassin to the end, to save the children she had hidden beneath the floorboards. That is Eliza's pendant. The one with a photo of you two inside. The one you gave her. Ring any bells?
It's a fake!
So
It
the
has to be!
murderer was
There's
the
no way!
benefactor.
No way your assassin didn't destroy it, you mean? Did you ever love her, Morris? Or was killing her always the plan?
No, please. Listen to me. I told Eliza to keep us a secret. I paid her plenty for her silence. I never thought she'd keep the child. Everything was gonna come out, and I had no choice. She forced my hand. No! I'm begging you. I have money. Just name your price, please.
You can keep your Mora, and you can go to hell.
It was a prop! There was never a bullet in the gun.
I'm Captain Shovraz of the Special Patrol. Morris, you're under arrest for Eliza's murder.
Huh?
And Paimon knew the entire time. And apparently I did as well. Severus must have showed up right afterwards and gotten us all there.
You're under arrest too, prop manager Veronique.
The prop manager!
Or perhaps I should call you the second musketeer.
What a twist!
Wait, what's going on? This wasn't in the script.
Drop the gun, Veronique.
Why? Why would you keep me from exacting revenge on this heartless monster?
Drop your weapon. This is my final warning.
Veronique, there you go. The consequence of not dropping the weapon would be getting shot.
What is going on?
Do I have to spell it out for you, Morris? Everything that took place just now was staged to get you to confess the truth. But this last part is all improv, of course.
Shivers, you told us you wanted us to help you stage a play. You never said anything about the second musketeer.
It's because even I had no way to confirm my theory until now. Thank you for your performance, Yomiya. Could I trouble you to go and bring in the other Special Patrol members? They should be on standby just outside. Oh, and please tell the other cast members not to worry about us. We'll be rejoining them shortly.
On it.
What an excellent act that was.
So what do you think, Morris? Care to talk about what happened 20 years ago?
Now, you may as well talk about it now.
My patience is limited, you know. Don't force me to take you back to the interrogation room. I'd wager that you wouldn't last for more than a minute in there. With the recording we made, you have no chance of winning in court. Cooperating with us now is the most practical move.
And perhaps you'll be a little bit more comfortable in the fortress.
All right. I'll talk. I hired an assassin to murder Elisa. She once worked as a maid on my family's estate. She was very beautiful, and after some time I fell for her. We kept our relationship a secret and carried out an affair for some time, but it wasn't long before she became pregnant. And if my parents ever found out, they would have stripped me of my inheritance and status, driven me out of my home. I also didn't expect Elisa to insist on bringing the pregnancy to term. She even asked me to leave my family and travel far, far away with her.
She believed that you were truly in love with her.
I didn't have a choice. I gave her a large sum of mora, told her to leave the family and to get rid of the baby. But then years later, she sent me a letter. There were photos of 2 children, and she even asked if I could find some time to visit them.
Huh? 2 children? Paimon thought Baptiste was the only...
The other one was Veronique.
Even if she had the children against your will, you could have just ignored the letter entirely. Why kill her?
I had just gotten engaged to be married to an heiress from another wealthy family. So if anyone were to find out about Elisa, my life would be completely ruined. I didn't have a choice.
No. You always had a choice. You just made the wrong choice. Again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it sounds like a you problem, Morris.
Do you know how it feels to watch your mother be killed right in front of you? My brother and I were hardly even school age yet. We were hidden beneath the floorboards, grasping each other's hands like a lifeline. We were so terrified that we didn't even know we could ever take a breath. All we could do was to watch Mother try to fight back, and then collapse to the floor.
Man, that's grim.
Even after the assassin left, we were still too terrified to leave our hiding spot. We thought that he might come back. It was only until the next evening when we finally climbed out and gathered around our mother. But she had already become cold and stiff to the touch.
You made up your mind right then and there to bring this case to light.
Not only that, we resolved to get our revenge.
And that's why you became the Musketeers.
No, that's why I became a musketeer. The man from before was also killed by me. My brother had nothing to do with it.
Ah, cover story.
I figured as much.
I did too.
You did?
Yeah, nobody confesses that quickly unless they're covering for someone.
I once told these two that he didn't look like a killer to me. His confession from that night also rubbed me the wrong way. I think what really tipped me off was, how could I not feel a sense of regret in him?
Huh?
He confessed faster than any criminal I've ever met, but he didn't say a single word about you. He insisted that he was the sole perpetrator in the case. But after the questioning ended, I disassembled the musket we dug up from his backyard, put it in front of him, and told him to reassemble it. Wanna guess how far he got?
Barely started.
He had no idea where to even start. He's never touched a gun in his life. Based on that, I determined that he was not acting alone. He only surrendered himself to draw our attention and create a moment of opportunity for his partner. So, I decided to play along. And as expected, the second musketeer followed us without hesitation once she saw Morris get separated from the rest of the cast. Besides, why else would he call the novel The 2 Musketeers?
But how did you know it was Veronique?
I figured it out the moment Baptiste told me his father's name. That so-called financial crisis was all just a ruse. He just wanted to sign up as the investor and then leave the film without any source of funding. After all, he has a vested interest in minimizing the reach of this story. It's really just the same thing as what he did to Eliza all those years ago.
Human scum.
But then Xavier pulled out all the stops and got the film made against all odds. Morris couldn't have that. With the killer in custody, he figured it was safe to act. And so he came to visit the set today, just as I expected.
Wait, so you were behind all those mishaps today?
Sounds about right.
As for the identity of the second musketeer, I assumed they'd probably stay close to Morris and look for an opening. And if they already knew that Morris was the film's investor, then that narrowed the list of potential suspects as well. Furthermore, being the props manager would allow the culprit to avoid scrutiny by purchasing mechanical parts in the name of the crew. With that hypothesis in mind, I went back to check Baptiste's orphanage adoption records. Guess whose name I saw on the same page, just a few lines from his?
Veronique.
My brother. He trusted you.
You committed a crime.
As in, he trusted me to perform the deed on his behalf?
He trusted you to stand on the side of justice.
And she did.
I am.
I thought you could do it as well. Oh, the look on your face when you told him to go to hell. I really thought you'd put a bullet in his brain. You know what he has done. Are you telling me that you'd rather see him spend the rest of his life living like a king in the fortress of Meripede? I will never be able to forget the feeling of my mother's cold, lifeless hands. And you would call this ending fair? Is this what you call justice?
I won't lie, Veronique. I did hesitate when your brother first told me about the truth. I wondered. I agonized over whether I should really put a bullet in his head.
So why don't you?
Because that should never be how justice is carried out in this world. Perhaps, to you, justice is simply reciprocated. An eye for an eye, and a life for a life. But everyone has their own understanding of justice. If everyone were to pursue their own definition of it, there would be no more order in this world. Today, you'll kill Morris. And tomorrow, his children may come for you.
And the cycle will never end.
The world cannot render judgments based on a desire for revenge. That will only lead to a cycle of revenge, as well as the destruction of order and civilized society. Fontaine is founded on a set of laws and a standardized code of justice. That is why we are the nation of justice. But with all that said, I will promise you this. Morris will not lead a cushy life in the fortress of Meripede.
Chevros, the rest of the special patrol is here.
Thank you so much, Yomiya. Letelier, Terena, please take them away.
Tell it to the judge.
I still can't agree with your reasoning.
I know.
Justice has not been delivered. At least, not today.
Veronique probably is going to end up killing him in the fortress, or at least trying to.
Chevres.
Let's go. We should give an explanation to the crew.
Are you okay?
Thank you for your concern. I'm fine. I'm just thinking about the things in life that have driven people to take justice into their own hands.
We have explained everything. Everyone else is now up to speed.
Who would have thought Morris would turn out to be... I'm at a loss of words. How could he have done something like this?
He's a rich person in Fontaine.
I'm just glad that you're all safe and sound. Who knew that such a labyrinth of cases would be behind this story?
Well, what should we do now? We have a finished film, of course, but should we still go ahead with the premiere?
What do you mean? Shouldn't you be even more motivated to spread the word now that you've learned the truth?
Shiori is right. I'd also like more people to see this story for themselves.
But the real ending of the story seems to have deviated somewhat from the one in the script. Is that still acceptable to you, Miss Chevres?
The call is yours. We still have time to reshoot an ending if that's what you'd like.
No, it's fine as is. I like what we have for the catharsis. Romanticism is what gives works of art their appeal. Fiction is able to explore means of restitution that could never work in real life. Just like the real world, the world of stories also has its own set of rules and justice. These different possibilities are what initially drew me to reading in the first place.
Sounds good to me. I support your decision.
What about Veronique? Will she be okay?
She will soon face her judgment alongside her brother and Morris. If I had to guess, they'll probably all be sent to the fortress of Meripede. I'll make sure to give Risley a heads up about it.
Oh, you mean that kind of heads up?
Exactly.
Ahem. All right, then the matter's settled. Now that everything's been taken care of, there's no reason for us to keep looking all gloomy and grumpy. Let's get back to the feast and enjoy each other's company. We'll be starting the post-production process tomorrow. You should join us, Chevres. You missed the first few hours of the party, didn't you?
All right. Count me in.
Then I'll wait for you over there. There's still some good news that I'd like to share with Chevres.
Traveler, Paimon, could you wait for me by the sea after the party ends? I'd like to go on a brief walk with the two of you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
And a great time was had, with no music.
Sorry for the wait.
Oh, we weren't waiting long at all. Is there something else you wanted to tell us?
No, I don't have anything new to share. I just felt that since you were my investigation partners, I should have another conversation with the two of you. Traveler, how would you have responded to Baptiste's request if you were in my shoes?
I probably would have done the same as you.
Is that so? Well, thanks for sharing. When I was young, my father often took me here to swim. We'd come rain or shine, even when it was freezing cold. He told me that swimming was the best activity to train one's strength of will. You could never give up before reaching the shore, especially when the water was cold.
Oh? Why's that?
Because the moment you give up would be the moment you die. At that point, I still hadn't received my vision. One winter, the chilly wind felt almost like knives on my skin, and the seawater was so frigid that it numbed my toes the moment I stepped in. I cried and begged my father to spare me from having to swim across, but he wouldn't listen. He used to be a member of the Special Patrol as well. You could say it was his way of educating his children.
That sounds awful.
When he saw that I wouldn't stop crying, he just picked me up and tossed me into the icy water.
Real Father of the Year material there.
The bone-chilling cold took away my senses. I couldn't feel anything but fear and rage. I waited for my father to save me, but one look and I knew he'd already started swimming for the opposite shore. I realized that if I were to give up, I really would die right then and there. I used all of my strength to try and catch up to my father. Those few minutes felt longer than my whole life up until that point. I did, however, make it to the other side. I've never felt afraid about anything in my life after that, nor have I ever cried again.
That way of teaching would have never worked on Paimon.
Mostly because Paimon can't swim.
Yeah, I don't think that was the right method for anyone. It's just that, working now as I am in the pursuit of justice, I still sometimes feel like I've been tossed into that winter sea all over again. The anger and the helplessness.
Chevres.
But the worse I feel, the more I know to never give up. The alternative would be to forever lose myself among the waves. Anyway, how about a race? Neither of us will drown, but we can still see who swims faster.
I'm game.
You guys go ahead! Paimon will grab the clapperboard to mark the start of the race.
I like how we're going to use the clapperboard to mark the start of the race. We actually race? We are. Okay. I will be employing the dolphin method. And my dolphin method shall be undefeated. Apologies, bird.
Whoa, that felt good.
You were so fast in the water,
Oh,
Chevres.
that was it?
You were swimming even faster than Paimon can fly.
Not that Paimon can fly very fast, but anyway.
So, about the Special Patrol, did you join because of your dad?
Partly, but I'd say I was more inspired by the heroes I read about in stories growing up.
Oh, so it's due to your love of stories.
Of course, it was only after I joined the Special Patrol that I learned that truth is often stranger than fiction. Come on, let's walk a bit more.
Through the countryside.
To be honest, I do sometimes question whether the decisions I make are the right ones. But I know that no matter what, I must keep swimming. Because the only thing I've got my eyes on is the shore in the distance.
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Nice little stroll up this big grassy hill.
Thank you for coming on this walk with me. I feel a lot better after getting all that off my chest.
You're welcome.
Huh. We're nearly back at Baptiste's house.
Huh. You're right. I didn't realize we were so close.
He really did plant a lot of flowers. It's just like how he described it in the story.
Huh? Wait. Paimon, Traveler, look! The rainbow roses in the garden. They're in full bloom now.
They responded to the plot. And ended Act 4.
Even though it's a bit late, I must thank you for investigating this case with me. Not on behalf of the Special Patrol this time. It's a personal expression of gratitude from yours truly. Oh, you want to hear more about my father? To be honest, I didn't spend that much time with him. He was always busy with the Special Patrol, so he would often return home really late at night. Some nights, he didn't come home at all. Once, he didn't come home for a long time, maybe a whole week or so. And when I went out to buy food, I learned that he had become a criminal, and by extension, that made me a criminal's daughter.
Yeah, sounds about right.
But we can talk about that another day. I actually have a lot of sympathy for Veronique and Baptiste. I can understand the hatred they feel for their father, but that doesn't mean I'll allow them to walk the path of evil, even if it might lead to another sense of justice. Films are different from the real world. They're a form of art and represent the wishes in people's hearts. I adore the TWO Musketeers, and I'm very happy to have had the opportunity to act the role as one. I can't wait to catch the film when it premieres in the Opera House. I'm looking forward to seeing the audience's reaction to the climactic ending.
Oh, it's going to be in the Opera House. All right, then please take care.
Thank you for looking out for me. I'll see you at the award ceremony. I'd be very surprised if we don't win.
Right, looks like there's only one thing left to do. Return to the Opera Epiclese, accelerate well, not accelerate, but fast forward by a couple of days from now. And begin. Well, when I actually not begin, cap off the story. Oh, cool, you can see the tree that's in the desert from here. Let's make it daytime. Oh, and I was in the wrong place completely. Bugger it. Some more time passes after that. The film has a successful premiere, and the Musket murder case also successfully comes to an end.
Xavier, it's been a while.
Hey there, you two. Sorry I've been scarce. I've been buried in marketing and preparing the film for release ever since we wrapped post-production.
The award ceremony is today, right? Paimon wonders if we'll win the Farina Award.
I'd give it a 90% chance.
Farina! Oh, Paimon didn't know you were already here. You're earlier than everyone else.
She seems quite excited then.
I'm sure the others will also be here in no time. Xavier, if we end up getting called on stage, shouldn't you come up with a name for our crew?
What? But we don't even know if we're going to win. I wouldn't want to jinx our chances by celebrating early.
Just open your eyes! Surely you've seen the audience's reactions to our film. We've had nothing but critical acclaim. You've also had conversations with the Opera House's operating staff, right? Didn't they want to increase the number of showings? With the mora you've made from the box office, you can now open your very own film company.
They do have a box office in Fontaine. I was right earlier.
That's all credit to my amazing crew. You've all helped to make this a reality, so I can't be the only one asked to come up with a name.
Well, give it some thought. I'm sure the crew will respect your choice.
All right, but before that, Traveler and Paimon, could I trouble you to quickly pay a visit to the Fortress of Meripede?
Huh? But shouldn't we stay for the award ceremony?
I wanted to ask you two to invite Shavraz to join us at the ceremony. She's one of the lead roles, after all. I haven't been able to find her recently, so I haven't had the chance to invite her personally. According to the papers, the culprits of the Musket murder case will be personally escorted today by the captain of the Special Patrol to the Fortress of Meripede.
Oh, Paimon gets it now.
It'll be a piece of cake for us.
Yep, just wait here, Xavier. And maybe try to come up with a few snappy-sounding names.
All right, then I'll leave you to it.
To the Fortress of Meripede. Ah, here we go. We're going back to prison again. Because when are we not going back to prison?
This is as far as I'll be taking them. I'll leave the three of them to you now.
Got another errand to run?
Something like that. I'm expected at a party.
Now that's something you don't hear every day. Found a new pastime?
No, it's just a special occasion.
Shavraz! Risley!
Festivals really do bring people together. It's been a while since I last had so many visitors at the Fortress of Meripede.
Last time there were so many visitors at the Fortress of Meripede, we had doomsday looming over us.
Call it the festival spirit, I guess.
Yeah, you could say that. Even our head nurse has gotten herself all worked up preparing super deluxe nutritious shakes. Just one gulp and you'll have met all your nutrition needs.
Were you talking about work just now?
We've already finished discussing everything. So, what do you think about my heads up, Mr. Risley?
I believe I haven't yet made any promises or guarantees.
But you also didn't shoot me down. Here, how about this? You could give everyone a copy of the newspaper. Perhaps on the day when the cover story happens to, oh, I don't know, expose a certain someone's misdeeds from 20 years ago?
You
I
evil...
suppose then a certain someone may soon find himself the most unlucky person in the Fortress of Meripede?
Oh, that's devious. Oh, he's better get that proper prison treatment.
While another 2 people will soon be hailed as heroes.
Speaking of heroes, did you two need something from me?
Actually,
We're here for Chevreuse.
You're here to invite me to the party, right? Don't worry, I didn't forget.
Ooh, then let's head back right away!
Yes, let's.
See you, Risley! Happy Fontanalia Festival!
And the same to you.
Punctual and straight to the point. Sounds about right.
Please, go and enjoy the festival.
All right. Just making sure that I haven't missed anything. I'm about to watch Fruina get handed the Fruina Award. This is going to be fantastic.
And the winner of the Farina Award for the first Fontanalia Film Festival is...
Fruina!
The 2 Musketeers!
That is one heck of a film poster.
Congratulations, Mr. Xavier.
We won? I can't believe it! I really can't thank all of you enough!
See? My takes on Fontaine's entertainment industry have never been wrong.
Now, please welcome to the stage the producer of the 2 Musketeers, Mr. Xavier!
Oh, looks like Xavier is getting the award. Heck yeah. Hell yeah. He deserves it.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for your recognition and support. While I'm up here, I would love to give special thanks to...
Time really flies, huh?
It certainly feels
I'm
that
just
way.
gonna ignore his speech.
It feels like it was only yesterday when you were teaching me to hold a musket.
Will you come back to Fontaine again?
Of course. I'm very fond of this city. There are so many novel and interesting things that it's been hard to keep track of them all. But how about you? Would you be interested in visiting Inazuma?
I can't say the thought has crossed my mind before, but I'd be willing to consider it now.
I will be eagerly awaiting your visit. It would be wonderful if you could visit my home and enjoy a taste of our tea and desserts.
Yeah, let's keep in touch.
Did you accomplish all you came here for?
Yes. And you should visit Inazuma again sometime.
How has Ogura and her business been?
To my knowledge, she's doing quite well.
Tell her I said hi.
I certainly will.
I heard the thunderstorm has stopped.
Yes, and the war has also been brought to an end. Peace and prosperity has returned to the islands.
We did that.
I quite like the sound of that. Perfect for hanging textiles out to dry.
I'd like to offer my thanks again to the entire cast and crew. Without you, I would have never completed this film, much less had the opportunity to be standing on this stage. With the support of my entire crew, I would like to officially announce our film company, Musketeer Pictures.
Very good.
Woohoo! That has a really nice ring to it.
Then in that case, let's please welcome all the members of Musketeer Pictures onto the stage for a commemorative photo.
Heck yeah.
Oh, Paimon didn't know we'd also be taking pictures.
Director Farina, I believe you are the most deserving person to raise this trophy.
Huh? No. There's no need. It's so embarrassing.
It's an honor the director deserves.
Yes, I agree.
I can't think of anyone better for the honor.
Just accept that you're not getting out of this.
No, Fruina, ever since the incident, ever since what went down with the troop, you are not getting out of being put back in the spotlight. It won't happen.
Ready, everyone? 3, 2, 1.
Jeez.
Musketeer Pictures!
Oh, and there's a commemorative photo. That's awesome. Hey, we got someone back in. You just missed it. We ended it. Excuse me. It ended. There was a photograph. Although, actually, when you're tuning in, you're probably catching just the tail end of it. Another excellent event come and gone. Well, I say that, but there are still the mini-games. The only thing I'm wondering now is whether or not to do some mini-games. What do you think? Could be fun. Have a section for that. And we are kind of getting somewhat on the long side. Well, actually, I say getting somewhat on the long side, but we're never surpassing the Archon quest. I don't think. So, let's see. Well, they're all gathered around the general area. I might also save that for next time. Or for something in the future. Possibly. To hell with it. Let's just do them. Something else to do after we finalized everything. So everyone's standing around here. Okay, what do we got? This one's... yeah, start with this. It's a bunch of minigames. I think one of them involves a gun. Oh, speaking of ones that require a gun. Sharpshooter. Looking at this stall, this guard setup, oh, that's Paimon's line. Wait a second, is this the person from the... yeah, this is the person from the fungi event that happened a second ago. Oh, good grief. I'm not confused. Yeah, this was the... it was the event where we had to do the fungi. It's the fungi event. Where they brought the board game thing back, where you had to take down enemies on the board and direct the fungi around. Model of Fontaine. See, I think this is sharpshooting is for this game. I think it's kind of what we were doing a little bit ago with the guards, the guard mechs, where we took them down to get at the author of the novel that we just made a film about. Don't get too hung up on technical terms. All you gotta do is have fun. Yeah! There's no need to get super hung up on it. We just got to have fun. I really wish, this is one of the things that I wish they would do, is I really wish that for events and things like this that they'd have voiced stuff for this. Because, like, you know, it's all well and good to have the full voiced, like, story campaign, which was great, by the way. But if I'm gonna, like, you know, get a starting point for, like, the minigames and whatnot for an introduction, it would be so nice to have someone talking right now. Because otherwise you're just standing there staring at it. My goodness, look at all of these film specs that we have here. A bunch of motion pictures from the early 20th century. Or at least that's the vibe they give off in the first place. What a lovely thing. Fantastic. Petite is apt. Someone as famous as you, I bet people are always handing you their business cards. Holding another in contempt merely on account of their lack of years is a mistake only the most ignorant would make. I suspect the two of you are not quite so shallow as that. I didn't intend to flatter myself, but my elder brother and I are famous local film directors. Everyone calls me Mr. Petit Lumiere. Lumiere? I don't know. Hello, do you plan on giving us your business card as well? Correct. I am quite keen on learning more about your adventuring experiences. In my industry, extraordinary stories are always in demand. As you appear not to be well acquainted with me, allow me to introduce myself. My elder brother and I have been working together to produce films for quite some time, and have already had quite a few blockbuster successes. Perhaps you've seen employees leaving the factory. Nope. Oh, that's okay. How about the arrival of an aquabus? Jeez, Paimon. Ah, I see. You both don't watch movies, do you? That is nothing too remarkable. The road to fame and stardom upon which we two brothers tread is yet long, and we will certainly make even more popular films in the future. Film production, construction, and planning narratives, the performances of actors, the cooperation between cameraman and director, and post-production and processing, all of it is truly a fascinating process. He's not lying, it really is. And among all of these, I believe that the process of filming itself is the most technically demanding. What you choose to focus on while filming decides the information that will be conveyed to the audience, the atmosphere they will feel. Of course, the narrative is very important, but you cannot expect a story to rely on narration alone. It's working for me for the time being. 4 shots. I've always believed that you only need 4 shots to construct the smallest divisible unit of a story. Within just these 4 shots, a genius can work miracles. That's not entirely wrong. There are some pretty good one-takes where it's a single shot and they don't bother to make cuts of any sort. Would you two like to try? Seize this opportunity to revel in the glamour and charm of filmmaking. It is simple. I will provide you with a few simple themes that have already been formulated into short scenes. The important thing is to try out different ways of handling both the narration and the camera, and combining them to film a few short scenes. Are the two of you interested? Our interest has been piqued. I was doing this earlier. Marvelous. Then once the two of you are ready, you may go to the filming locations I have already prepared. I will give you feedback on your finished products. Right. Very good. What else do we got here? The poor contract employee. What happened to the poor contract employee? Something not good. Something nefarious, I would imagine. Or inconvenient. It's probably inconvenient. That's a fairly safe bet. Fontania Film Festival. Great job. You really outdid yourself this time. As things stand, finishing the project before the deadline is nothing but a pipe dream. I apologize in advance, by the way. I'm reading this to make it a little bit more interesting than staring at a blank screen. I'm just not in for a scolding. The boss is literally going to kill me! Professional therapists of Fontaine. Farina needs one. When did you get here? Thanks for your concern, but right now what I need is a doctor that can resurrect my dying career. It's only a job. Worst case scenario, you can always get another one. Or work is pretty important and maybe we should help. Let's go with the second one. With how high she's made the stakes, we can't stand by and do nothing. Just talking about it like this won't solve anything, though. Why don't you tell us more about your problem? Yes, do divulge all of your concerns and worries to us in this exact moment now. That might be a bit hard, considering it's a technical issue. Now, just how can I explain it? Well, first things first, my name's... Is that Helen? Hello? I don't know, I'm sticking with Helen. And I'm an engineer working for the Fontinalia Film Festival's equipment supplier. I'm mainly responsible for developing audio-visual equipment. Ooh. This event is right up my alley. To achieve a certain effect when filming, our client requested us to develop a kind of stabilization platform that can carry film cameras while moving at high speed. These stabilization platforms are also needed. Hoyoverse, please, check your subtitles. Also needed to be able to carry puppets that look like actors or model animals, playing the part of groups in the background. That way, they'd be able to keep the cameras fixed on actors while moving at high speeds, or save them from having to splash out the cash to hire hordes of extras. On top of that, they insisted that each platform had to be less than a third of the cost of a camera. and that its lifespan had to be at least 30 years. Because you wouldn't want your expensive piece of gear breaking, now would you? How is anyone that picky? Even for a master craftsman, producing something cheap but durable that works well is nigh on impossible. But I managed it. After all, the customer is always right. We've had even fussier clients before, and I've nearly run myself into the ground trying to satisfy them. Alright. The problem is I don't have anyone to test it. I've created the product, but unless I can get it tested, the project can't be considered complete. All the testers who have a basic grasp of mechanics or are physically fit enough have already been employed by the Fontinalia Film Festival for more important work. If the client receives a product that hasn't undergone proper testing and it turns out there's nothing wrong with it, I'll have to cough up 10 times the original payment amount in compensation. All I can do is hang around trying to sell our products while I look for some outside assistance. Even if it means I end up losing money on this contract in the end, so be it. After all, it was my boss that signed the agreement with the client. But I'll be the one on the hook if we have to compensate them 10 times the value of the contract. Well, we've come this far, might as well tell us what testing involves. That's right. As long as it's nothing too complex, perhaps we can handle some of the simpler stuff. It might not sound difficult, but it's harder than you think. To confirm how the stabilization platforms perform when running at extremely high speeds, I set them to avoid anyone who gets too close mode. The tester has to run after stabilization platforms within a specified area and chase as many platforms as possible into the target area as quickly as possible. For someone with poor stamina like me, chasing a stabilization platform around more than a few steps is enough to make them collapse from exhaustion. It's just a bit of running around. For real? What, genuinely? You're actually serious? Then I'll pay you, please. Ah, the commission. We won't say no to that, but under the circumstances, if we accept too much of your money, our consciences won't forgive us. Just pay us however much you'd usually pay your testers. Miracle workers, that's what you are. Not just doctors, but miracle workers, here to resurrect my dying career. The testing site is an empty domain near the city. Well, I'll leave it to you two then. You have my undying gratitude. After this many years in the business, finally a bit of luck. The boss won't be killing me tomorrow after all. After you finish this job, maybe you should consider switching bosses. Maybe. That is entirely feasible. Anyway, there's one more of these to go over. That is quite an outfit. Lemon meringue pie. Mohahaha. My two radiant guests, you're finally here. You must be the legendary adventurers of Tevat and rising superstars, the Traveler and Paimon. Do you need our help? Do you need our assistance, or are you just saying that? Probably safe to bet they need our assistance. Not just prone to exaggeration, but also a user of strange adjectives. Paimon feels like everyone we've met who comes straight out with such flattery ends up asking us to do something for them. Yeah, that is about what happens. Out with it then. What do you want? Oh, no. I didn't want anything from you. I simply wanted to put forward a win-win proposal. Join forces with me, Fontaine's most talented experimental film director, Mélie, to become the next big star of the big screen. Once you've made it, money, connections, it's all yours. Sounds all well and good, Mélie. Wherever you go in Tevat, no one will dare stand in your way, and you'll find yourself walking down an endless red carpet, rolled out just for you. I'd rather not attract even more unwanted attention. But we don't even have much experience acting on camera. If it were true that we could get famous just by collaborating with you, then why aren't you already a super famous director? And where are all the other stars that you've worked with? The silence is deafening. Ugh, you saw right through me. If only someone would set up a special training school for actors. I need someone who not only knows how to fight, but also how to control their expressions and inject emotion into their lines. In short, I need someone who can do it all. But such genius simply doesn't exist. So far, I've only finished planning the regular acting parts of my avant-garde production. I haven't even started on the action scenes, let alone finished my first film. I'm worried that I'll have to resort to employing stunt doubles, so that's why you two are such perfect candidates. Does stunt doubles mean what I think it does? You want us to shoot the fighting scenes. You've hit the nail on the head. It's the perfect solution to having actors who can't fight, or who don't want to be thrown off a building, or into a car, or into several bushes, or into any other things. You know, it's a bit uncomfortable. We're pretty good at fighting, but won't people be able to tell that we're not the same people just by looking at our faces? Ah, Paimon, you don't know anything about editing, do you? In theory, yes, but the action scenes are absolutely central to my experimental production. If you do a good enough job, I'll make the regular acting scenes into silhouette shots. There weren't even many lines to begin with. I'll make the other actors cake themselves in makeup and adjust their silhouettes so they fit your profile. With a bit of lighting magic, no one will even know the difference. Excuse me. In a way, the regular actors would actually be your doubles. Anyway, they aren't as well known as you two. I'll even pay you royalties. So basically, if we help you, we'll be handed the starring roles on a plate. Just like that. You'll also receive a large payment, and it'll do wonders for your reputation. Then it really does sound like it'll pay off. What do you say, Traveler? Why pass up such a juicy opportunity? Time to put our acting skills to the test. Oop, crap, I skipped that. Then without further ado, please head over to my experimental studio right away. Then there will be 4 fighting scenes in the film, each with a completely different ambiance. Each scene will also have its own special lighting. When the special lighting comes on, the action will intensify in line with the corresponding place in the script. With your experience, I'm sure you'll be able to get the hang of it in no time. Once all the remaining scenes are filmed, we'll finally be able to wrap this thing up. Alrighty, what to get started with first? I like the idea of starting with precision sharpshooting, because that sounds like fun. Why not? Let's have a go with it. Let's have a go at this. Let's play around. I'm assuming there's 4 of them. Oh, and you want to complete it in as many shots as possible. On details, objects. Ooh, exploding barrels. That'll be fun. Gotta keep the barrels going. Let's begin. Ah, and this is just like the thing we did earlier. Right. Ideally, we want to use as little ammunition as possible. Loaded shots. Let's see. I've got you in my sights. Basically, the idea here is don't miss. I feel bad. This isn't fair. He's just digging in the ground over there, and I'm just putting a bullet in the back of his head. Boom! Scenario changed. Behind the boxes, are we? Oh, you bugger. You better stick your head out. Gotcha. Where are you going, huh? You were going nowhere. Do this with as many bullets remaining as possible. Whoa! Double kill. Alright, what do we got going on? Oh, they're miles away. I want him to walk up next to those barrels. Gotcha. Yes! Got him. Now, where are the other 2? I don't see them. Are they over there? Oh, hang on. One on the ground, another standing. One sleeping shouldn't be a concern. Just take him out quietly. One shot, one kill. Perfect! I've got them all, and we're going for the next one. We're going to get right through these. Let us begin. High value target, HP. That's an interesting thing. Am I supposed to keep someone alive now? I'm confused. Oh, it's killing the targets while protecting a cart. I see. Stand still, you little bugger. Got him. Moving into target. Locking in on range. Come on, line me up on my target. Where are you? Oh, right over there. I feel bad because the crossbow ones, it's kind of like shooting fish in a barrel. There is a bit of challenge to hitting the moving ones. Oh, there's two of you. Proximity to those barrels is most unfortunate. Got him. Easy. Not much to think about there. Alright, what do we got next? Have at least 20 bullets remaining. More barrels to blow up and other such things. Is that a barrel on a balloon? Things are going to get a little different. Love to see it. Let's see here. Ooh. Oh, we're on to human targets now. How do you not know this? How do you not notice a sniper shooting at you at this distance? I could hit two with one. I've got you. Got them. Yes, very good. Wait, there's a barrel. Yes. Oh, there's more over there. Where do you think you're going? You are going nowhere. I got him. Oh, yep, I got him while he was behind cover. You are not safe from me. Oh, this will be easy. You've been defeated. Taken down by the bullets. And that leaves us with the last stage. Oh, it's another one of these ones. All right, it's a high-speed thing. Take out the targets quickly and preserve the package, the carrier package. All right, where is it? goodness, I'm good at this. Come on. Defeated. We've changed the position. Now firing from over here. Dang, I took out 3 of them. 1 shot. 2 shots. Oh, and there's some more of them. Who said you could sneak hits in on the target, huh? That's my thing I'm protecting. I shall pick you off. Got them. Alright, we have a few more foes remaining. Oh, they're over here. This is fun. I like this. This is awesome. Bang! Bang! Haha. Bang! And the package has been successfully defended. I think that's it for that minigame, isn't it? Yep, looks like it. We'll add up all the rewards in the end, probably. It's probably a safe bet. Lovely. Alright, what do we got next? Yep, we already did that part, so it would be this one. Let's give this one a try. Ooh, actually, hang on, where is... Oh no. I'm being challenged by my own sense of direction. Oh, it's way over there. Why are these so spread out? This is so much harder to look for. I wasn't looking for that shooting location. It's somewhere... Is it down below? I think... Isn't this where the theater troupe was in Farina's story? Oh no, this is that building right next to it. Tricky shots, tricky lights. Defeat opponents that endlessly appear within the time limit to score points. Once the challenge is over, medals will be distributed based on your score. Adjust the lineup according to the special lighting before starting the challenge. Defeating enemies during the challenges will accumulate progress towards special lighting. Once ready, use it at the right time to achieve a temporary yet powerful combat buff. Use these effects well to complete the challenge efficiently. Alright. Level 40. Oh, let's up the multiplier. Electromage. Shouldn't be a problem. Ooh, we get trial characters. Oh, this is the point in time in which we get to let the team compositions shine. Let's see. 12 seconds, unleash a Hydro Shockwave centered around the active character, dealing every 4 seconds, deals Hydro damage. Cryo damage is increased by 60. So, you, and you. All right.
We strike. Quietly now. Game's up. Time's over.
One with wind and claw. Take flight.
Not feel dissimilar to other events that we've done.
Fallen leaves.
God, I love
Storm
Kazuha.
might. Things are about to get dicey.
Gotcha. Kamisato art. Sometsu. Whirling snow.
I guess.
Wind strike. One with wind and cloud.
Take flight.
Oh, the attention span just either one's fine.
Game's up. Game's over.
Fallen leaves. Adorn my.
What else do I need for it? I didn't look into that.
Embrace the ice. Whirling snow.
Wind strike. Clouds high. The birds call.
Here comes the catch. Quietly now.
Combat is fun.
No. Take flight. Kamisato art. Sometsu. Gotcha. Whirling snow.
Wind strike. One with wind and cloud.
All right, it's over. Ooh, a gold medal. What are the requirements, actually? Like, what do I need to... Oh, 4,000 points. I see. I was worried for a second there. Okay, ooh. Some powerful opponents. What do we got? True damage, shockwave, locations, characters, normal attacks. One shockwave gets released once a second. Let's go full Geo. Let's do the full Geo. Why not? Nothing wrong with throwing the full Geo team out there, because I can't really see a team that would be better suited for this, to be perfectly honest.
Solidify!
Give up.
I will have order.
As a good knight should. Steady as stone.
Don't waste my time. Submit.
This is order.
Oh, hello there, and welcome back to the film presentation portions of the 20s. We have a lovely program for you. It's called Beating Up Giant Robots. Actually, the other two. I don't know. Let's see if we can get 4,000 points.
It's nothing. Time to clean up.
I'm looking for 4,000 points anyway.
Leave it
Let's
up
try
to
it.
me.
Order guide you.
Meteor. I will have order.
First point. Gather. I will have order.
Oh, that was cool how it transitioned back to the normal game.
Submit. As a good knight should. I must leave no stone unturned.
Order guide you.
Your life is mine.
Solidify.
Steady as stone. As a dutiful maid would.
Yeah, I don't think this team is cut out for this. Yeah, it fell short.
This is order. Rise.
Don't waste my...
Dealing damage too slowly. No, I didn't. Hang on. I didn't want to use the same team. Hold on a second. I was going to use something a little stronger. Hold on. I was going to use something a little stronger. Maybe defaulting to the freeze team is just the way to go. It probably is just the way to go.
Take flight! Well timed. Bird, embrace the ice!
That's much better.
My apologies! Whirling snow! Kamisato art! Sumetsu! Wind strike! Tip fallen leaves! Adorn!
Ow.
Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over. My apologies.
Wind and cloud.
Whirling snow. Gotcha. Sakura swirl. Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
Fallen leaves. Adorn.
Take flight. Kamisato art. Sumetsu.
Oh, we got 4,000. That was tight. A lot easier to do some of the other ones, I think.
Game's up. Fun's over.
We'll just go taking him out.
One with wind and cloud.
My apologies. Wind strike. Gotcha. Take flight.
Yeah, I'll take the score. I mean, as long as we're at the as long as we meet our 4,000 requirement, I'm not too worried. Elemental burst damage of all characters in the party increased by 80%. The characters have less than 70% elemental energy. They get more recharge. Did you have to ask? National Shogun time. There can be nothing better suited for this.
Think you can get away? Shine down! No, my soul! Witness the power! Everybody stand back! Let's light it! Now you shall perish! Illusion shattered! Brace yourself! Time for takeoff! Let me lead you a bit. There is no escape! Let's play! Here we go! Think you can get away? Go in it! Inazuma shines eternal!
Big damage.
Shine down. Let's play. Time for takeoff.
Let's have that light, please.
Teamwork is teamwork. There is no escape. Now you shall perish. Shine down. Yahoo! No, my sword. Let me leave you through. Think you can get away? Everybody stand! Inazuma shines eternal! Illusion shattered! Let's play! Let's light it up! Rain outlines your fate. Time for takeoff. I'm going!
That's the end of that one. About the same score as last time. Dang it. Oh well, it's still 4,000. As long as we're hitting the 4,000 mark, that's all well and good. Bunch of slimes. Ooh, this will work for the Geo team. But Navia, though. Oh. Alright, I have an idea. So this, and this.
Think you can get away? Hey there! Attack! That's the way. Nah. Hiya! Not feeling lucky. You're toast.
Quiet now.
Attack! That's the way. Feeling lucky. Time for takeoff. Hey there! A proper send-off from the Cena with love. Umbrella warfare, I guess. Attack! That's the way. Hey there!
Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey.
This one's got your name on it. Fire! You're toast! Feeling lucky?
I feel pretty lucky.
Feeling lucky? Aha! Think you can get away? Nah, this one's got your name on it. Hiya! Nah! Nah! Umbrella warfare, I guess.
You rat! Oh, well, it's still 5. We're still on about 5k, so we're good. Nice. That one was fun. Oh, good grief. I've just looked at the runtime of this stream, and we're gonna wrap this up probably quicker. I'm gonna have to put chapters on it again, like the other one. What a time. No, they weren't kidding about a domain outside the city. I have to climb on the wall for the domain? All the way up the wall? Mech balls automatically avoid testers and move in the opposite direction of an approaching tester. Stabilization mecha balls in movement is influenced by all testers. Use this characteristic to send as many stabilization mecha balls as possible into your zone within the time limit. Tests can be carried out at 1 to 5 random locations. Wait, is this a co-op domain? Oh, it is. It totally is, isn't it? Oh, God. Well, this is going to be interesting. I've never been super big on co-op things. Well, except for, what's the existing thing? I don't remember. Does it matter what character I use? I don't know how this works. I'm about to find out, probably. So, is it just going to be a matter of getting as many into one given area as possible? I mean, probably. Seem that way. No, you bugger. Get... No! Okay, alright, I understand how this works now. This is so... this is janky as hell. Oh, good grief. I hate it. This is so janky. I'm only on 12 versus on 11. Good grief. This is going horribly wrong. No. Opposite way. Yes, no. Yeah. I don't have to accumulate like 5,000 score, do I? Oh, that would be hell. Why are you going the opposite? Go the... No! I suck at this. I'm so bad. Go the other way. Yes, there you go. Yes, 21. Everyone else is 40. I'm so bad. No! No! I keep giving them to people. This sucks. Passionate tester. Well, that doesn't make me feel better. Oh, 700 points in a single. Oh, okay. I see. Days. You know what, for the sake and interest of time, and to make this not insanely long, I think what I'll probably do is I'll finish the one co-op thing, probably off screen, and we'll just get going with the other one. Oh yeah, I can teleport to it. Because I get the distinct impression and it's going to take a while for that one. Can I select it, please? Can I select it? Okay. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-da-dun-da-dun-da-da-dun-da-dun-dun. Two out of three. Hang on a damn minute. How is one supposed to... Divine handiwork. Well, how do I achieve that? So it's just trial and error then. So that, but keep the original shot 3. That's the one. The art of filmmaking is really quite something, isn't it? Above me? It's up there, isn't it? Why, oh why, must you make me climb a wall to complete an event portion? It's in the hotel, isn't it? I missed it. It's in the hotel. Of course it is. I will slowly be driven mad now. Driven mad on my own, to reflect and think amongst my own thoughts. Hey, welcome. Just doing some of the minigames. We're getting finished up here. Maybe not like a ton of rounds of the co-op one, but I'm currently in the process of putting the scenes together, which I found out is very much a process of trial and error until you've got the right combination. And I can't select to go to the... How am I supposed to find them? On the second floor? Why was I supposed to know that? Because the icon comes over the door and then disappears. Good grief. Oh, it is kind of on me. I am partially blind, so... It's over here?
Take it easy.
It said... Oh, there it is. It said the second floor of the hotel. Fireworks merchant arriving in Fontaine. Of course it's Yomiya. All right, let's put the shot composition together. Film the customer sizing up the samples. Well, it's got to be that shot. His face and things. Bartering with a mysterious merchant. Yes, the shot will be perfect. Let's try this one, but I feel better about this one. We'll see. Seller displays the branded, well, it would definitely be the bigger ones. Sounds like something Yomiya would say for sure. Definitely this shot. Actually, hold on. What was the dialogue previously? Yeah, let's see how this one goes. I think the way it works is in order to get the best thing here, you need a score of like 100 overall. Or at least a score of 100 overall. A transaction! Okay, that was... I should have gone with the one on her face. Bugger it.
The Palais Mermonia's idea.
Well, we're trying that one again. Let's go with the face. And let's try that again. See if we get the Primo Gems going here. Primo Gems, the shots. That is why we're doing this, but that's not the main thing behind it. There we go. The full 3. That's what we're looking for. The full round of the 3 shots. All right. The next location is just over here. Perfect. Corner of a lane in the Court of Fontaine, an actress, played by Charlotte, has set up a camera and is adjusting it to find the perfect angle to capture photos that show off the gorgeous scenery of the city at a glance. After mentally comparing a few different angles, she makes her decision. Quite the summary for a short film. Present the environment and characters who will perform. Probably that shot. Highlight the actress's, played by Charlotte, demeanor as she ponders. I would assume the close-up. Film the actress as she ponders something while looking at the already set-up camera. All right. Seems grounded and simple enough. Show the actress ponders her picture's contents while capturing the scenery of the Court of Fontaine in frame. Probably that one. On the face. See, the dialogue's easy to discern what doesn't work, but the framing shots are a little tricky. Oh, okay, we're doing good so far. Ooh, all right then. First try. I'm getting better at this. Now, where's the final one? Seems the final one is over by the Court of Fontaine. Sweltering sun and sunglasses. Highlight the oppressive sunny weather. Ah yes, the classic camera shot, usually overturned with the, usually overdubbed with the sound of a hawk flying around in the background. And a slide guitar, if this was a Western. Which it isn't. Let's give this a shot. Oh, bugger. Well, I know what shot to change anyway. That'll be good. Dear God, we're already nearing on 4 hours. Well, not nearing on 4 hours. We've crossed over the mark. Gonna have to make some chapters. Make this easier to view it in hindsight. Oh, I changed the wrong picture. Bugger it. Trying again. I can do better. Well, waiting under the sweltering sun. Huzzah! That's absolutely everything covered off there. Well, for the most part, anyway. Okay, just gonna get a quick look at this. Yeah, 5,000 points of that, and then that'll be its own thing. Do I want to do extreme? No, because this will be like 5 hours long if I do extreme drive. I don't want to do another 5-hour stream. We've covered all we were meant to cover anyway, so no harm. Well, no harm done anyway. Lovely, lovely rewards. Also rewards for the event. I think, though, probably not going to bore you with that. I think this has gone on long enough. So, yeah, this was Roses and Muskets. Great story. I'm a big fan. Not as pumped up about the events. Well, not the events, I should say, the games. Well, that's not true. You know, a couple of them are pretty fun, but I don't know about multiplayer co-op ones. I've never been big on them. But anyway, it's been a good one, and I will see you in the next one. Take care.